Chapter 21. Maxim went into the little room and shut the door. Robert came in a few minutes afterwards to clear away the tea. I stood up, my back turned to him so that he would not see my face. I wondered when they would begin to know, on the estate, in the servants' hall, and Carith itself. I wondered how long it took for news to trickle through. I could hear the murmur of Maxim's voice in the little room beyond. I had a sick, expectant feeling at the pit of my stomach. The sound of the telephone ringing seemed to have woken every nerve in my body. I had sat there on the floor beside Maxim in a sort of dream, his hand in mine, my face against his shoulder. I had listened to his story, and part of me went with him like a shadow in his tracks. I too had killed Rebecca. I too had sunk the boat there in the bay. I had listened beside him to the wind and water. I had waited for Mrs. Danvers knocking on the door. All this I had suffered with him, all this and more beside. But the rest of me sat there on the carpet, unmoved and detached, thinking and caring for one thing only, repeating a phrase over and over again. He did not love Rebecca. He did not love Rebecca. Now, at the ringing of the telephone, these two selves merged and became one again. I was the self that I had always been. I was not changed. But something new had come upon me that had not before. My heart, for all its anxiety and doubt, was light and free. I knew then that I was no longer afraid of Rebecca. I did not hate her any more. Now that I knew her to have been evil and vicious and rotten, I did not hate her any more. She could not hurt me. I could go to the morning room and sit down at her desk and touch her pen and look at her writing on the pigeonholes, and I should not mind. I could go to her room in the west wing, stand by the window even, as I had done this morning, and I should not be afraid. Rebecca's power had dissolved into the air, like the mist had done. She would never haunt me again. She would never stand behind me on the stairs, sit beside me in the dining room, lean down from the gallery and watch me standing in the hall. Maxim had never loved her. I did not hate her any more. Her body had come back. Her boat had been found, with its queer, prophetic name. Je reviens. I'm coming back. But I was free of her forever. I was free now to be with Maxim, to touch him and hold him and love him. I would never be a child again. It would not be I any longer. It would be we. It would be us. We would be together. We would face this trouble together, he and I. Captain Searle and the diver and Frank and Mrs. Danvers and Beatrice and the men and women of Carith reading their newspapers could not break us now. Our happiness had not come too late. I was not young any more. I was not shy. I was not afraid. I would fight for Maxim. I would lie and perjure and swear. I would blaspheme and pray. Rebecca had not won. Rebecca had lost. Robert had taken away the tea, and Maxim came back into the room. "It was Colonel Julian," he said. "He's just been talking to Searle. He's coming out with us to the boat tomorrow. Searle has told him." "Why Colonel Julian? Why?" I said. "He's the magistrate for Carith. He has to be present." "What did he say?" "He asked me if I had any idea whose body it could be." "What did you say?" "I said I did not know. I said we believed Rebecca to be alone. I said I did not know of any friend." "Did he say anything after that?" "Yes." "What did he say?" "He asked me if I thought it possible that I made a mistake when I went up to Edgecombe." "He said that? He said that already?" "Yes." "And you?" "I said it might be possible." I did not know. He'll be with you then tomorrow when you look at the boat. He and Captain Searle and a doctor. Inspector Welch, too. Inspector Welch? Yes. Why? Why Inspector Welch? It's the custom when a body has been found. I did not say anything. We stared at one another. I felt the little pain come again at the pit of my stomach. They may not be able to raise the boat, I said. No. They couldn't do anything then about the body, could they? I don't know. He glanced out of the window. The sky was white and overcast as it had been when I came away from the cliffs. There was no wind, though. It was still and quiet. I thought it might blow from the southwest about an hour ago, but the wind has died away again, he said. Yes. It will be a flat calm tomorrow for the diver, he said. The telephone began ringing again from the little room. There was something sickening about the shrill, urgent summons of the bell. Maxim and I looked at one another. Then he went into the room to answer it, shutting the door behind him as he had done before. The queer nagging pain had not left me yet. It returned again in greater force with the ringing of the bell. The feel of it took me back across the years to my childhood. This was the pain I had known when I was very small, and the maroons had sounded in the streets of London, and I had sat shivering, not understanding, under a little cupboard beneath the stairs. It was the same feeling, the same pain. Maxim came back into the library. It's begun, he said slowly. What do you mean? What's happened? I said, growing suddenly cold. It was a reporter, he said. The fellow from the County Chronicle. Was it true, he said, that the boat belonging to the late Mrs. De Winter had been found? What did you say? I said yes, a boat had been found, but that was all we know. It might not be her boat at all. Was that all he said? No. He asked if I could confirm the rumor that a body had been found in the cabin. No! Yes. Someone must have been talking. Not Searle, I know that. The diver, one of his friends. You can't stop these people. The whole story will be all over Kerith by breakfast time tomorrow. What did you say about the body? I said I did not know. I had no statement to make, and I should be obliged if he did not ring me up again. You will irritate them. You will have them against you. I can't help that. I don't make statements to newspapers. I won't have those fellows ringing up and asking questions. We might want them on our side, I said. If it comes to fighting, I'll fight alone, he said. I don't want a newspaper behind me. The reporter will ring up someone else, I said. He will get on to Colonel Julian or Captain Searle. He won't get much change out of them, said Maxim. If only we could do something, I said. All these hours ahead of us, and we sit here idle, waiting for tomorrow morning. There's nothing we can do, said Maxim. We went on sitting in the library. Maxim picked up a book, but I know he did not read. Now and again I saw him lift his head and listen, as though he heard the telephone again, but it did not ring again. No one disturbed us. We dressed for dinner as usual. It seemed incredible to me that this time last night I had been putting on my white dress, sitting before the mirror at my dressing table, arranging the curled wig. It was like an old, forgotten nightmare, something remembered months afterwards with doubt and disbelief. We had dinner. Frith served us, returned from his afternoon. His face was solemn, expressionless. I wondered if he had been to Kerith, if he had heard anything. After dinner, we went back again to the library. We did not talk much. I sat on the floor at Maxim's feet, my head against his knees. He ran his fingers through my hair, different from his old, abstracted way. It was not like stroking Jasper any more. I felt his fingertips on the scalp of my head. Sometimes he kissed me. Sometimes he said things to me. There were no shadows between us anymore. And when we were silent, it was because the silence came to us of our own asking. I wondered how it was I could be so happy when our little world about us was so black. It was a strange sort of happiness, not what I had dreamt about or expected. It was not the sort of happiness I had imagined in the lonely hours. There was nothing feverish or urgent about this. It was a quiet, still happiness. The library windows were open wide, and when we did not talk or touch one another, we looked out at the dark, dull sky. It must have rained in the night, for when I woke the next morning, just after 7, and got up and looked out of the window, I saw the roses in the garden below were folded and drooping, and the grass banks leading to the woods were wet and silver. There was a little smell in the air of mist and damp, the smell that comes with the first fall of the leaf. I wondered if autumn would come upon us 2 months before her time. Maxim had not woken me when he got up at 5. He must have crept from his bed and gone through the bathroom to his dressing room without a sound. He would be down there now, in the bay, with Colonel Julian and Captain Searle and the men from the lighter. The lighter would be there, the crane and the chain, and Rebecca's boat coming to the surface. I thought about it calmly, coolly, without feeling. I pictured them all down there in the bay, and the little dark hull of the boat rising slowly to the surface, sodden, dripping, the grass-green seaweed and shells clinging to her sides. When they lifted her onto the lighter, the water would stream from her sides, back into the sea again. The wood of the little boat would look soft and gray, pulpy in places. She would smell of mud and rust, and that dark weed that grows deep beneath the sea beside rocks that are never uncovered. Perhaps the name board still hung upon her stern, the lettering green and faded. The nails rusted through, and Rebecca herself was there, lying on the cabin floor. I got up and had my bath and dressed, and went down to breakfast at 9 o'clock as usual. There were a lot of letters on my plate, letters from people thanking us for the dance. I skimmed through them. I did not read them all. Frith wanted to know whether to keep the breakfast hot for Maxim. I told him I did not know when he would be back. He had to go out very early, I said. Frith did not say anything. He looked very solemn, very grave. I wondered again if he knew. After breakfast, I took my letters along to the morning room. The room smelt musty. The windows had not been opened. I flung them wide, letting in the cool, fresh air. The flowers on the mantelpiece were drooping, many of them dead. The petals lay on the floor. I rang the bell, and Maud, the under-housemaid, came into the room. "This room has not been touched this morning," I said. "Even the windows were shut, and the flowers are dead. Will you please take them away?" She looked nervous and apologetic. "I'm very sorry, madam," she said. She went to the mantelpiece and took the vases. "Don't let it happen again," I said. "No, madam," she said. She went out of the room, taking the flowers with her. I had not thought it would be so easy to be severe. I wondered why it had seemed hard for me before. The menu for the day lay on the writing desk. Cold salmon and mayonnaise, cutlets in aspic, galantine of chicken soufflé. I recognized them all from the buffet supper of the night of the ball. We were evidently still living on the remains. This must be the cold lunch that was put out in the dining room yesterday, and I had not eaten. The staff were taking things easily, it seemed. I put a pencil through the list and rang for Robert. "Tell Mrs. Danvers to order something hot," I said. "If there's still a lot of cold stuff to finish, we don't want it in the dining room." "Very good, madam," he said. I followed him out of the room and went to the little flower room for my scissors. Then I went into the rose garden and cut some young buds. The chill had worn away from the air. It was going to be as hot and airless as yesterday had been. I wondered if they were still down in the bay, or whether they had gone back to the creek in Carith Harbor. Presently I should hear. Presently Maxim would come back and tell me. Whatever happened, I must be calm and quiet. Whatever happened, I must not be afraid. I cut my roses and took them back into the morning room. The carpet had been dusted, and the fallen petals removed. I began to arrange the flowers in the vases that Robert had filled with water. When I had nearly finished, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," I said. It was Mrs. Danvers. She had the menu list in her hand. She looked pale and tired. There were great rings round her eyes. "Good morning, Mrs. Danvers," I said. "I don't understand," she began. "Why you sent the menu out, and the message by Robert. Why did you do it?" I looked across at her, a rose in my hand. "Those cutlets and that salmon were sent in yesterday," I said. "I saw them on the sideboard. I should prefer something hot today. If they won't eat the cold in the kitchen, you had better throw the stuff away. So much waste goes on in this house anyway, that a little more won't make any difference." She stared at me. She did not say anything. I put the rose in the vase with the others. "Don't tell me you can't think of anything to give us, Mrs. Danvers," I said. "You must have menus for all occasions in your room." "I'm not used to having messages sent to me by Robert," she said. "If Mrs. De Winter wanted anything changed, she would ring me personally on the house telephone." "I'm afraid it does not concern me very much what Mrs. De Winter used to do," I said. "I am Mrs. De Winter now, you know, and if I choose to send a message by Robert, I shall do so." Just then, Robert came into the room. "The County Chronicle on the telephone, madam," he said. "Tell the County Chronicle I'm not at home," I said. "Yes, madam," he said. He went out of the room. "Well, Mrs. Danvers, is there anything else?" I said. She went on staring at me. Still, she did not say anything. "If you have nothing else to say, you had better go and tell the cook about the hot lunch," I said. "I'm rather busy." "Why did the County Chronicle want to speak to you?" she said. "I haven't the slightest idea, Mrs. Danvers," I said. "Is it true," she said slowly, "the story Frith brought back with him from Carith last night? That Mrs. De Winter's boat has been found?" "Is there such a story?" I said. "I'm afraid I don't know anything about it." "Captain Searle, the Carith Harbor master, called her yesterday, didn't he?" she said. "Robert told me. Robert showed him in. Frith says the story in Carith is that the diver who went down about the ship there in the bay found Mrs. De Winter's boat." "Perhaps so," I said. "You had better wait until Mr. De Winter himself comes in and ask him about it." "Why was Mr. De Winter up so early?" she asked. "That was Mr. De Winter's business," I said. She went on staring at me. "Frith said the story goes that there was a body in the cabin of the little boat," she said. "Why should there be a body there? Mrs. De Winter always sailed alone." "It's no use asking me, Mrs. Danvers," I said. "I don't know any more than you do." "Don't you?" she said slowly. She kept on looking at me. I turned away. I put the vase back on the table by the window. "I will give the orders about the lunch," she said. She waited a moment. I did not say anything. Then she went out of the room. She can't frighten me any more, I thought. She has lost her power with Rebecca. Whatever she said or did now, it could not matter to me or hurt me. I knew she was my enemy, and I did not mind. But if she should learn the truth about the body in the boat and become Maxim's enemy too, what then? I sat down in the chair. I put the scissors on the table. I did not feel like doing any more roses. I kept wondering what Maxim was doing. I wondered why the reporter from the County Chronicle had rung us up again. The old sick feeling came back inside me. I went and leant out of the window. It was very hot. There was thunder in the air. The gardeners began to mow the grass again. I could see one of the men with his machine walk backwards and forwards on the top of the bank. I could not go on sitting in the morning room. I left my scissors and my roses and went out onto the terrace. I began to walk up and down. Jasper padded after me, wondering why I did not take him for a walk. I went on walking up and down the terrace. About 11:30, Frith came out to me from the hall. "Mr. De Winter on the telephone, madam," he said. I went through the library to the little room beyond. My hands were shaking as I lifted the receiver. "Is that you?" he said. "It's Maxim. I'm speaking from the office. I'm with Frank." "Yes?" I said. There was a pause. "I shall be bringing Frank and Colonel Julian back to lunch at 1 o'clock, he said. "Yes," I said. I waited. I waited for him to go on. "They were able to raise the boat," he said. "I've just got back from the creek. Searle was there, and Colonel Julian, and Frank and the others." I wondered if Frank was standing beside him at the telephone, and if that was the reason he was so cool, so distant. "All right then," he said. "Expect us about 1 o'clock. I put back the receiver. He had not told me anything. I still did not know what had happened. I went back again to the terrace, telling Frith first that we should be 4 to lunch instead of 2. An hour dragged past, slow, interminable. I went upstairs and changed into a thinner frock. I came down again. I went and sat in the drawing room and waited. At 1:05, I heard the sound of a car in the drive, and then voices in the hall. I patted my hair in front of the looking-glass. My face was very white. I pinched some color into my cheeks and stood up waiting for them to come into the room. Maxim came in, and Frank, and Colonel Julian. I remembered seeing Colonel Julian at the ball, dressed as Cromwell. He looked shrunken now, different, a smaller man altogether. "How do you do?" he said. He spoke quietly, gravely, like a doctor. "Ask Frith to bring the sherry," said Maxim. "I'm going to wash." "I'll have a wash too," said Frank. Before I rang the bell, Frith appeared with the sherry. Colonel Julian did not have any. I took some to give me something to hold. Colonel Julian came and stood beside me by the window. "This is a most distressing thing, Mrs. De Winter," he said gently. "I do feel for you and your husband most acutely." "Thank you," I said. I began to sip my sherry. Then I put the glass back again on the table. I was afraid he would notice that my hand was shaking. "What makes it so difficult was the fact of your husband identifying that first body over a year ago," he said. "I don't quite understand," I said. "You did not hear, then, what we found this morning?" he said. "I knew there was a body. The diver found a body." "Yes," he said. And then, half glancing over his shoulder towards the hall, "I'm afraid it was her, without a doubt," he said, lowering his voice. "I can't go into details with you, but the evidence was sufficient for your husband and Dr. Phillips to identify." He stopped suddenly and moved away from me. Maxim and Frank had come back into the room. "Lunch is ready. Shall we go in?" said Maxim. I led the way into the hall, my heart like a stone, heavy, numb. Colonel Julian sat on my right, Frank on my left. I did not look at Maxim. Frith and Robert began to hand out the first course. We all talked about the weather.
I see in the Times they had it well over 80 in London yesterday,
said Colonel Julian. Really? I said.
Yes, must be frightful for the poor devils who can't get away.
Yes, frightful, I said.
Paris can be hotter than London,
said Frank.
I remember staying a weekend in Paris in the middle of August, and it was quite impossible to sleep. There was not a breath of air in the whole city. The temperature was over 90. Of course the French always sleep with their windows shut, don't they?
Said Colonel Julian.
I don't know,
said Frank.
I was staying in a hotel. The people were mostly Americans. You know France, of course, Mrs. De Winter,
said Colonel Julian. Not so very well, I said.
Oh, I had the idea you'd lived many years out there.
No, I said.
She was staying in Monte Carlo when I met her, said Maxim. You don't call that France, do you? No, I suppose not, said Colonel Julian. It must be very cosmopolitan. The coast is pretty, though, isn't it?
Very pretty, I agreed.
Not so rugged as this, eh? Still, I know which I'd rather have. Give me England every time, when it comes to settling down. You know where you are over here. I dare say the French feel that about France, said Maxim. Oh, no doubt, said Colonel Julian.
We went on eating a while in silence. Frith stood behind my chair. We were all thinking of one thing, but because of Frith, we had to keep up our little performance. I suppose Frith was thinking about it too, and I thought how much easier it would be if we cast aside convention and let him join in with us, if he had anything to say. Robert came with the drinks. Our plates were changed. The second course was handed. Mrs. Danvers had not forgotten my wish for hot food. I took something out of a casserole covered in mushroom sauce.
I think everyone enjoyed your wonderful party the other night, said Colonel Julian.
I'm so glad, I said.
Does an immense amount of good locally, that sort of thing,
he said. Yes, I suppose it does, I said.
It's a universal instinct of the human species, isn't it? Said Frank. That desire to dress up in some sort of disguise? I must be very inhuman then, said Maxim. It's natural, I suppose, said Colonel Julian, for all of us to wish to look different. We are all children in some ways.
I wondered how much pleasure it had given him to disguise himself as Cromwell. I had not seen much of him at the ball. He had spent most of the evening in the morning room playing bridge.
You don't play golf, do you, Mrs. De Winter? Asked Colonel Julian.
No, I'm afraid I don't, I said.
You ought to take it up, he said. My oldest girl is very keen, and she can't find young people to play with her. I gave her a small car for her birthday, and she drives herself over to the North Coast nearly every day. It gives her something to do.
How nice, I said.
She ought to have been a boy, he said. My lad is different altogether. No earthly use at games, always writing poetry. I suppose he'll grow out of it. Oh, rather, said Frank. I used to write poetry, myself, when I was his age. Awful nonsense, too. I never write any now. Good heavens, I should hope not, said Maxim. I don't know where my boy gets it from, said Colonel Julian. Certainly not from his mother or from me.
There was another long silence. Colonel Julian had a second dip into the casserole.
Mrs. Lacey looked very well the other night, he said.
Yes, I said.
Her dress came adrift as usual, said Maxim. Those Eastern garments must be the devil to manage, said Colonel Julian. And yet they say, you know, they are far more comfortable and far cooler than anything you ladies wear in England.
Really? I said.
Yes, so they say. It seems all that loose drapery throws off the hot rays of the sun. How curious, said Frank. You'd think it would have just the opposite effect. No, apparently not, said Colonel Julian. Do you know the East, sir? Said Frank. I know the Far East, said Colonel Julian. I was in China for 5 years, then Singapore.
Isn't that where they make the curry? I said.
Yes, they gave us very good curry in Singapore, he said. I'm fond of curry, said Frank. It's not curry at all in England, it's hash, said Colonel Julian.
The plates were cleared away. A souffle was handed, and a bowl of fruit salad.
I suppose you were coming to the end of your raspberries, said Colonel Julian. It's been a wonderful summer for them, hasn't it? We've put down pots and pots of jam.
I never think raspberry jam is a great success, said Frank. There are always so many pips.
You must come and try some of ours, said Colonel Julian. I don't think we have a great lot of pips.
We're going to have a mass of apples this year at Manderley, said Frank. I was saying to Maxim a few days ago, we ought to have a record season. We shall be able to send a lot up to London.
Do you really find it pays? Said Colonel Julian. By the time you've paid your men for the extra labor and then the packing and carting, do you make any sort of profit worthwhile?
Oh, Lord, yes, said Frank.
How interesting. I must tell my wife,
said Colonel Julian. The souffle and the fruit salad did not take long to finish. Robert appeared with cheese and biscuits, and a few minutes later Frith came with the coffee and cigarettes. Then they both went out of the room and shut the door. We drank our coffee in silence. I gazed steadily at my plate.
I was saying to your wife before luncheon, De Winter,
began Colonel Julian, resuming his first, quiet, confidential tone,
that the awkward part of this whole distressing business is the fact that you identified that original body.
Yes, quite, said Maxim. I think the mistake was very natural under the circumstances, said Frank quickly. The authorities wrote to Maxim, asking him to go up to Edgecombe, presupposing before he arrived there that the body was hers. And Maxim was not well at the time. I wanted to go with him, but he insisted on going alone. He was not in a fit state to undertake anything of the sort.
That's nonsense, said Maxim. I was perfectly well. Well, it's no use going into all that now, said Colonel Julian. You made that first identification, and now the only thing to do is to admit the error. There seems to be no doubt about it this time.
No, said Maxim.
I wish you could be spared the formality and the publicity of an inquest,
said Colonel Julian.
But I'm afraid that's quite impossible.
Naturally, said Maxim. I don't think it need take very long, said Colonel Julian. It's just a case of you reaffirming identification and then getting Tab, who you say converted the boat when your wife brought her from France, just to give his piece of evidence that the boat was seaworthy and in good order when he last had her in his yard. It's just red tape, you know, but it has to be done. What bothers me is the wretched publicity of the affair, so sad and unpleasant for you and your wife.
That's quite all right, said Maxim. We understand.
So unfortunate that wretched ship going ashore there, said Colonel Julian. But for that, the whole matter would have rested in peace.
Yes,
said Maxim. The only consolation is that now we know poor Mrs. De Winter's death must have been swift and sudden, not the dreadful slow lingering affair we all believed it to be. There can have been no question of trying to swim.
None,
said Maxim. She must have gone down for something, and then the door jammed, and a squall caught the boat without anyone at the helm, said Colonel Julian. A dreadful thing.
Yes,
said Maxim.
That seems to be the solution, don't you think, Crawley?
Said Julian, turning to Frank. Oh, yes, undoubtedly, said Frank. I glanced up, and I saw Frank looking at Maxim. He looked away again immediately, but not before I had seen and understood the expression in his eyes. Frank knew, and Maxim did not know that he knew. I went on, stirring my coffee. My hand was hot, damp,
I suppose sooner or later we all make a mistake in judgment, said Colonel Julian. And then we are for it. Mrs. De Winter must have known how the wind comes down like a funnel in that bay, and that it was not safe to leave the helm of a small boat like that. She must have sailed alone over that spot scores of times. And then the moment came, she took a chance, and the chance killed her. It's a lesson to all of us. Accidents happen so easily, said Frank, even to the most experienced people. Think of the number killed out hunting every season. Oh, I know, but then it's a horse falling generally that lets you down. If Mrs. De Winter had not left the helm of her boat, the accident would never have happened. An extraordinary thing to do. I must have watched her many times in the handicap race on Saturdays from Carith, and I never saw her make an elementary mistake. It's the sort of thing a novice would do, in that particular place too, just by the ridge. It was very squally that night, said Frank. Something may have happened to the gear. Something may have jammed. And then she slipped down for a knife. Of course. Well, we shall never know, and I don't suppose we should be any the better for it if we did. As I said before, I wish I could stop this inquest, but I can't. I'm trying to arrange it for Tuesday morning, and it will be as short as possible, just a formal matter. But I'm afraid we shan't be able to keep the reporters out of it. There was another silence. I judged the time had come to push back my chair. Shall we go into the garden? I said. We all stood up, and then I led the way to the terrace. Colonel Julian patted Jasper. He's grown into a nice-looking dog, he said. Yes. They make nice pets, he said. We stood about for a minute. Then he glanced at his watch. Thank you for your most excellent lunch, he said. I have rather a busy afternoon in front of me, and I hope you will excuse me dashing away. Of course. I'm so very sorry this should have happened. You have all my sympathy. I consider it's almost harder for you than for your husband. However, once the inquest is over, you must both forget all about it. Yes, I said. Yes, we must try to. My car is here in the drive. I wonder whether Crawley would like a lift. Crawley? Can I drop you at your office if it's any use? Thank you, sir, said Frank. He came and took my hand. I shall be seeing you again, he said. Yes. I did not look at him. I was afraid he would understand my eyes. I did not want him to know that I knew. Maxim walked with them to the car. When they had gone, he came back to me on the terrace. He took my arm. We stood looking down at the green lawns towards the sea and the beacon on the headland. It's going to be all right, he said. I'm quite calm, quite confident. You saw how Julian was at lunch, and Frank. There won't be any difficulty at the inquest. It's going to be all right. I did not say anything. I held his arm tightly. There was never any question of the body being someone unknown, he said. What we saw was enough for Dr. Phillips even to make the identification alone without me. It was straightforward, simple. There was no trace of what I'd done. The bullet had not touched the bone. A butterfly sped past us on the terrace, silly and inconsequent. You heard what they said, he went on. They think she was trapped there in the cabin. The jury will believe that at the inquest, too. Phillips will tell them so. He paused. Still I did not speak. I only mind for you, he said. I don't regret anything else. If it had to come all over again, I should not do anything different. I'm glad I killed Rebecca. I shall never have any remorse for that. Never. But you, I can't forget what it has done to you. I was looking at you, thinking of nothing else all through lunch. It's gone forever, that funny, young, lost look that I loved. It won't come back again. I killed that too, when I told you about Rebecca. It's gone in 24 hours. You are so much older.
Chapter 22. That evening, when Frith brought in the local paper, there were great headlines right across the top of the page. He brought the paper and laid it down on the table. Maxim was not there. He had gone up early to change for dinner. Frith stood a moment, waiting for me to say something, and it seemed to me stupid and insulting to ignore a matter that must mean so much to everyone in the house. "This is a very dreadful thing, Frith," I said.
"Yes, madam. We are all most distressed outside," he said.
"It's so sad for Mr. De Winter," I said, "having to go through it all again."
"Yes, madam, very sad. Such a shocking experience, madam. Having to identify the second body, having seen the first. I suppose there is no doubt, then, that the remains in the boat are genuinely those of the late Mrs. De Winter?"
"I'm afraid not, Frith. No doubt at all."
"It seems so odd to us, madam, that she should have let herself be trapped like that in the cabin. She was so experienced in a boat."
"Yes, Frith, that's what we all feel. But accidents will happen. And how it happened, I don't suppose any of us will ever know."
"I suppose not, madam. It's such a great shock all the same. We are most distressed about it outside. And coming suddenly just after the party, it doesn't seem right somehow, does it?"
"No, Frith."
"It seems there is to be an inquest, madam?"
"Yes, a formality, you know."
"Of course, madam. I wonder if any of us will be required to give evidence."
"I don't think so."
"I shall be only too pleased to do anything that might help the family. Mr. De Winter knows that."
"Yes, Frith, I'm sure he does."
"I've told them outside not to discuss the matter, but it's very difficult to keep an eye on them, especially the girls. I can deal with Robert, of course. I'm afraid the news has been a great shock to Mrs. Danvers."
"Yes, Frith, I rather expected it would."
"She went up to her room straight after lunch and has not come down again. Alice took her a cup of tea and the paper a few minutes ago. She said Mrs. Danvers looked very ill indeed."
"It would be better, really, if she stayed where she is," I said. "It's no use her getting up and seeing to things if she is ill. Perhaps Alice would tell her that. I can very well manage the ordering, the cook and I between us."
"Yes, madam. I don't think she is physically ill, madam. It's just the shock of Mrs. De Winter being found. She was so very devoted to Mrs. De Winter."
"Yes," I said. "Yes, I know." Frith went out of the room after that, and I glanced quickly at the paper before Maxim came down. There was a great column, all down the front page, and an awful blurred photograph of Maxim that must have been taken at least 15 years ago. It was dreadful, seeing it there on the front page, staring at me, and the little line about myself at the bottom, saying whom Maxim had married as his second wife, and how we had just given the fancy dress ball at Manderley. It sounded so crude and callous in the dark print of the newspaper. Rebecca, whom they described as beautiful, talented, and loved by all who knew her, having been drowned a year ago, and then Maxim marrying again the following spring, bringing his bride straight to Manderley, so it said, and giving the big fancy dress ball in her honor, and then the following morning the body of his first wife being found, trapped in the cabin of her sailing boat at the bottom of the bay. It was true, of course, though sprinkled with the little inaccuracies that added to the story, making it strong meat for the hundreds of readers who wanted value for their pennies. Maxim sounded vile in it, a sort of satire, bringing back his young bride, as it described to me, to Manderley, and giving the dance, as though we wanted to display ourselves before the world. I hid the paper under the cushion of the chair so that Maxim should not see it, but I could not keep the morning editions from him. The story was in our London papers, too. There was a picture of Manderley and the story underneath. Manderley was news, and so was Maxim. They talked about him as Max de Winter. It sounded racy, horrible. Each paper made great play of the fact that Rebecca's body had been found the day after the fancy dress ball, as though there was something deliberate about it. Both papers used the same word, ironic. Yes, I suppose it was ironic. It made a good story. I watched Maxim at the breakfast table, getting whiter and whiter as he read the papers, one after the other, and then the local one as well. He did not say anything. He just looked across at me, and I stretched out my hand to him. "Damn them," he whispered. "Damn them, damn them." I thought of all the things they could say if they knew the truth. Not one column, but 5 or 6 placards in London. Newsboys shouting in the streets, outside the underground stations. That frightful word of 6 letters, in the middle of the placard, large and black. Frank came up after breakfast. He looked pale and tired, as though he had not slept. "I've told the exchange to put all calls for Manderley through to the office," he said to Maxim. "It doesn't matter who it is. If reporters ring up, I can deal with them, and anyone else too. I don't want either of you to be worried at all. We've had several calls already from locals. I gave the same answer to each. Mr. and Mrs. De Winter were grateful for all sympathetic inquiries, and they hoped their friends would understand that they were not receiving calls during the next few days. Mrs. Lacey rang up about 8:30, wanted to come over at once." "Oh my God," began Maxim. "It's all right. I prevented her. I told her, quite truthfully, that I did not think she would do any good coming over, that you did not want to see anyone but Mrs. De Winter. She wanted to know when they were holding the inquest, but I told her it had not been settled. I don't know that we can stop her from coming to that, if she finds it in the papers." "Those blasted reporters," said Maxim. "I know," said Frank. "We all want to wring their necks, but you've got to see their point of view. It's their bread and butter. They've got to do the job for their paper. If they don't get a story, the editor probably sacks them. If the editor does not produce a saleable edition, the proprietor sacks him. And if the paper doesn't sell, the proprietor loses all his money. You won't have to see them or speak to them, Maxim. I'm going to do all that for you. All you have to concentrate on is your statement at the inquest." "I know what to say," said Maxim. "Of course you do, but don't forget old Horridge is the coroner. He's a sticky sort of chap. Goes into details that are quite irrelevant, just to show the jury how thorough he is at his job. You must not let him rattle you." "Why the devil should I be rattled? I've nothing to be rattled about." "Of course not, but I've attended these coroner's inquests before, and it's so easy to get nervy and irritable. You don't want to put the fellow's back up." "Frank's right," I said. "I know just what he means. The swifter and smoother the whole thing goes, the easier it will be for everyone. Then once the wretched thing is over, we shall forget all about it, and so will everyone else. Won't they, Frank?" "Yes, of course," said Frank. I still avoided his eye, but I was more convinced than ever that he knew the truth. He had always known it, from the very first. I remembered the first time I met him, that first day of mine at Manderley, when he and Beatrice and Giles had all been at lunch, and Beatrice had been tactless about Maxim's health. I remembered Frank, his quiet turning of the subject, the way he had come to Maxim's aid in his quiet, unobtrusive manner, if there was ever any question of difficulty. That strange reluctance of his to talk about Rebecca. His stiff, funny, pompous way of making conversation whenever we had approached anything like intimacy. I understood it all. Frank knew, but Maxim did not know that he knew. And Frank did not want Maxim to know that he knew. And we all stood there, looking at one another, keeping up these little barriers between us. We were not bothered with the telephone again. All the calls were put through to the office. It was just a question of waiting now, waiting until the Tuesday. I saw nothing of Mrs. Danvers. The menu was sent through as usual, and I did not change it. I asked little Clarice about her. She said she was going about her work as usual, but she was not speaking to anybody. She had all her meals alone in her sitting room. Clarice was wide-eyed, evidently curious, but she did not ask me any questions, and I was not going to discuss it with her. No doubt they talked of nothing else, out in the kitchen, and on the estate too, in the lodge, on the farms. I supposed all Carith was full of it. We stayed in Manderley, in the gardens close to the house. We did not even walk in the woods. The weather had not broken yet. It was still hot, oppressive. The air was full of thunder, and there was rain behind the white, dull sky, but it did not fall. I could feel it and smell it, pent up there behind the clouds. The inquest was to be done on the Tuesday afternoon at 2:00. We had lunch at 1:45. Frank came. Thank heaven Beatrice had telephoned that she could not get over. Their boy Roger had arrived home with measles. They were all in quarantine. I could not help blessing the measles. I don't think Maxim could have borne it. With Beatrice sitting here, staying in the house, sincere, anxious, and affectionate, but asking questions all the time, forever asking questions. Lunch was a hurried, nervous meal. We none of us talked very much. I had that nagging pain again. I did not want anything to eat. I could not swallow. It was a relief when the farce of the meal was over, and I heard Maxim go out onto the drive and start up the car. The sound of the engine steadied me. It meant we had to go. We had to be doing something, not just sitting at Manderley. Frank followed us in his own car. I had my hand on Maxim's knee all the way as he drove. He seemed quite calm, not nervous in any way. It was like going with someone to a nursing home, someone who was to have an operation, and not knowing what would happen, whether the operation would be successful. My hands were very cold. My heart was beating in a funny, jerky way. And all the time, that little nagging pain beneath my heart. The inquest was to be held at Lanyon, the market town 6 miles the other side of Carith. We had to park the cars in the big cobbled square by the marketplace. Dr. Phillip's car was there already, and also Colonel Julian's. Other cars, too. I saw a passerby stare curiously at Maxim, and then nudge her companion's arm. "I think I shall stay here," I said. "I don't think I'll come in with you after all." "I did not want you to come," said Maxim. "I was against it from the first. You'd much better have stayed at Manderley." "No," I said. "No, I'll be all right, sitting in the car." Frank came and looked in at the window. "Isn't Mrs. De Winter coming?" he said. "No," said Maxim. "She wants to stay in the car." "I think she's right," said Frank. "There's no earthly reason why she should be present at all. We shan't be long." "It's all right," I said. "I'll keep a seat for you," said Frank, "in case you should change your mind." They went off together and left me sitting there. It was early closing day. The shops looked drab and dull. There were not many people about. Lanyon was not much of a holiday center anyway. It was too far inland. I sat looking at the silent shops. The minutes went by. I wondered what they were doing. The coroner, Frank, Maxim, Colonel Julian. I got out of the car and began walking up and down the market square. I went and looked in a shop window. Then I walked up and down again. I saw a policeman watching me curiously. I turned up a side street to avoid him. Somehow, in spite of myself, I found I was coming to the building where the inquest was being held. There had been little publicity about the actual time, and because of this there was no crowd waiting, as I had feared and expected. The place seemed deserted. I went up the steps and stood just inside the door. A policeman appeared from nowhere. "Do you want anything?" he said. "No," I said, "no." "You can't wait here," he said. I'm sorry. I went back towards the steps into the street.
Excuse me, madam, he said. Aren't you Mrs. De Winter?
Yes, I said.
Of course that's different, he said. You can wait here if you like. Would you like to take a seat, just inside this room?
Thank you, I said. He showed me into a little bare room with a desk in it. It was like a waiting room at a station. I sat there with my hands on my lap. 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. It was worse than being outside, than sitting in the car. I got up and went into the passage. The policeman was still standing there. How long will they be? I said.
I'll go and inquire if you like, he said.
He disappeared along the passage. In a moment he came back again.
I don't think they will be very much longer, he said. Mr. De Winter has just given his evidence. Captain Searle and the diver and Dr. Phillips have already given theirs. There's only one more to speak, Mr. Tabb, the boat builder from Kerrith.
Then it's nearly over, I said.
I expect so, madam, he said.
Then, on a sudden thought,
would you like to hear the remaining evidence? There is a seat there, just inside the door. If you slip in now, nobody will notice you.
Yes, I said. Yes, I think I will. It was nearly over. Maxim had finished giving his evidence. I did not mind hearing the rest. It was Maxim I had not wanted to hear. I had been nervous of listening to his evidence. That was why I had not gone with him and Frank in the first place. Now it did not matter. His part of it was over. I followed the policeman, and he opened a door at the end of the passage. I slipped in. I sat down just by the door. I kept my head low, so that I would not have to look at anybody. The room was smaller than I had imagined, rather hot and stuffy. I had pictured a great bare room with benches, like a church. Maxim and Frank were sitting down at the other end. The coroner was a thin, elderly man in pince-nez. There were people there I did not know. I glanced at them out of the tail of my eye. My heart gave a jump suddenly as I recognized Mrs. Danvers. She was sitting right at the back, and Favell was beside her. Jack Favell, Rebecca's cousin. He was leaning forward, his chin in his hands, his eyes fixed on the coroner, Mr. Horridge. I had not expected him to be there. I wondered if Maxim had seen him. James Tabb, the boat builder, was standing up now, and the coroner was asking him a question.
Yes, sir,
answered Tabb.
I converted Mrs. De Winter's little boat. She was a French fishing boat originally, and Mrs. De Winter bought her for next to nothing over in Britannia and had her shipped over. She gave me the job of converting her and doing her up like a little yacht. Was the boat in a fit state to put to sea?
Said the coroner.
She was when I fitted her out in April of last year,
said Tabb.
Mrs. De Winter laid her up as usual at my yard in the October, and then in March I had word from her to fit her up as usual, which I did. That would be Mrs. De Winter's 4th season with the boat since I did the conversion job for her. Had the boat ever been known to capsize before?
Asked the coroner.
No, sir. I should soon have heard it from Mrs. De Winter had there been any question of it. She was delighted with the boat in every way, according to what she said to me. I suppose great care was needed to handle the boat?
Said the coroner.
Well, sir, everyone has to have their wits about them when they go selling boats. I won't deny it. But Mrs. De Winter's boat wasn't one of those cranky little craft that you can't leave for a moment, like some of the boats you see in Kerrith. She was a stout, seaworthy boat and could stand a lot of wind. Mrs. De Winter had sailed her in worse weather than she ever found that night. It was only blowing in fits and starts at the time. That's what I've said all along. I couldn't understand Mrs. De Winter's boat being lost on a night like that. But surely, if Mrs. De Winter went below for a coat, as is supposed, and a sudden puff of wind was to come down from the headland, it would be enough to capsize the boat?
Asked the coroner. James Tabb shook his head.
No,
he said stubbornly.
I don't see that it would. Well, I'm afraid that is what must have happened.
said the coroner.
I don't think Mr. De Winter or any of us suggests that your workmanship was to blame for the accident at all. You fitted the boat out at the beginning of the season. You reported her sound and seaworthy, and that's all I want to know. Unfortunately, the late Mrs. De Winter relaxed her watchfulness for a moment, and she lost her life, the boat sinking with her aboard. Such accidents have happened before. I repeat again, we are not blaming you. Excuse me, sir,
said the boat builder.
but there is a little bit more to it than that, and if you would allow me, I should like to make a further statement. Very well, go on,
said the coroner.
It's like this, sir. After the accident last year, a lot of people in Carith made unpleasantness about my work. Some said I had let Mrs. De Winter start the season in a leaky, rotten boat. I lost 2 or 3 orders because of it. It was very unfair, but the boat had sunk, and there was nothing I could say to clear myself. Then that steamer went ashore, as we all know, and Mrs. De Winter's little boat was found and brought to the surface. Captain Searle himself gave me permission yesterday to go and look at her, and I did. I wanted to satisfy myself that the work I had put into her was sound, in spite of the fact that she had been waterlogged for 12 months or so. Well, that was very natural,
said the coroner.
And I hope you were satisfied? Yes, sir, I was. There was nothing wrong with that boat as regards to the work I did to her. I examined every corner of her there, on the lighter, up the pill, where Captain Searle had put her. She had sunk on sandy bottom. I asked the diver about that, and he told me so. She had not touched the ridge at all. The ridge was a clear 5 feet away. She was lying on sand, and there wasn't the mark of a rock on her.
He paused. The coroner looked at him expectantly.
Well,
he said,
is that all you want to say? No, sir,
said Tab emphatically.
It's not. What I want to know is this. Who drove the holes in her planking? Rocks didn't do it. The nearest rock was 5 feet away. Besides, there weren't the sort of marks made by a rock. They were holes, done with a spike.
I did not look at him. I was looking at the floor. There was oilcloth laid on the boards. Green oilcloth. I looked at it. I wondered why the coroner did not say something. Why did the pause last so long? When he spoke at last, his voice sounded rather far away.
What do you mean?
He said.
What sort of holes? There are 3 of them all together,
said the boat builder.
One right forward, by her chain locker, on her starboard planking, below the waterline. The other 2 close together, amidships, underneath her floorboards on the bottom. The ballast had been shifted too. It was lying loose, and that's not all. The seacocks had been turned on. The seacocks? What are they?
asked the coroner.
The fitting that plugs the pipes, leading from a wash basin or lavatory, sir. Mrs. De Winter had a little place fitted up right aft, and there was a sink forward, where the washing up was done. There was a seacock there, and another in the lavatory. These are always kept tight closed when you're under way, otherwise the water would flow in. When I examined the boat yesterday, both seacocks were turned full on.
It was hot, much too hot. Why didn't they open a window? We should be suffocated if we sat here with the air like this. And there were so many people, all breathing the same air. So many people.
With those holes in her planking, sir, and the seacocks not closed, it wouldn't take long for a small boat like her to sink. Not much more than 10 minutes, I should say. Those holes weren't there when the boat left my yard. I was proud of my work, and so was Mrs. De Winter. It's my opinion, sir, that the boat never capsized at all. She was deliberately scuttled.
I must try and get out of the door. I must try and go back to the waiting room again. There was no air left in this place, and the person next to me was pressing close, close. Someone in front of me was standing up, and they were talking too. They were all talking. I did not know what was happening. I could not see anything. It was hot, so very hot. The coroner was asking everybody to be silent, and he said something about Mr. De Winter. I could not see. The woman's hat was in front of me. Maxim was standing up now. I could not look at him. I must not look at him. I felt like this once before. When was it? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh yes, with Mrs. Danvers. The time Mrs. Danvers stood with me by the window. Mrs. Danvers was in this place now, listening to the coroner. Maxim was standing up over there. The heat was coming up at me from the floor, rising in slow waves. It reached my hands, wet and slippery. It touched my neck, my chin, my face.
Mr. De Winter, you heard the statement from James Tabb. You had the care of Mrs. De Winter's boat? Do you know anything of these holes driven in the planking?
Nothing whatever, said Maxim.
Can you think of any reason why they should be there?
No, of course not.
It's the first time you've heard them mentioned?
Yes.
It's a shock to you, of course.
It was shock enough to learn that I made a mistake in identification over 12 months ago, and now I learn that my late wife was not only drowned in the cabin of her boat, but that holes were bored in the boat, with a deliberate intent of letting in the water so that the boat should sink. Does it surprise you that I should be shocked? No, Maxim, no. You will put his back up. You heard what Frank said. You must not put his back up. Not that voice. Not that angry voice, Maxim. He won't understand. Please, darling, please. Oh, God, don't let Maxim lose his temper. Don't let him lose his temper.
Mr. De Winter, I want you to believe that we all feel very deeply for you in this matter. No doubt you have suffered a shock, a very severe shock, in learning that your late wife was drowned in her own cabin, and not at sea as you supposed. And I am inquiring into the matter for you. I want, for your sake, to find out exactly how and why she died. I don't conduct this inquiry for my own amusement.
That's rather obvious, isn't it? Said Maxim.
I hope that it is. James Tabb has just told us that the boat, which contained the remains of the late Mrs. De Winter, had 3 holes hammered through her bottom, and that the sea cocks were open. Do you doubt his statement?
Course not. He's a boat builder. He knows what he is talking about.
Who looked after Mrs. De Winter's boat?
She looked after it herself.
She employed no hand?
No, nobody at all.
The boat was moored in the private harbor, belonging to Manderley?
Yes.
Any stranger who tried to tamper with the boat would be seen?
Yes.
There is no access to the harbor, by public footpath?
No, none at all.
The harbor is quiet, is it not, and surrounded by trees?
Yes.
A trespasser might not be noticed.
Possibly not.
Yet James Tabb has told us, and we have no reason to disbelieve him, that a boat with those holes drilled in her bottom and the sea cocks open could not float for more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Quite.
Therefore, we can put aside the idea that the boat was tampered with maliciously before Mrs. De Winter went out for her evening sail. Had that been the case, the boat would have sunk at her moorings.
No doubt.
Therefore, we must assume that whoever took the boat out that night drove in the planking and opened the sea cocks.
I suppose so.
You have told us already that the door of the cabin was shut, the portholes closed, and your wife's remains were on the floor. This was in your statement, and in Dr. Phillips', and in Captain Searle's.
Yes.
And now added to this is the information that a spike was driven through the bottom, and the sea cocks were open. Does not this strike you, Mr. De Winter, as being very strange?
Certainly.
You have no suggestion to make?
No, none at all.
Mr. De Winter, painful as it may be, it is my duty to ask you a very personal question.
Yes.
Were relations between you and the late Mrs. De Winter perfectly happy?
They had to come, of course. Those black spots in front of my eyes. Dancing, flickering, stabbing the hazy air. And it was hot, so hot, with all these people, all these faces, and no open window. The door, from being near to me, was further away than I had thought, and all the time the ground coming up at me. And then, out of the queer mist around me, Maxim's voice, clear and strong. "Will someone take my wife outside? She is going to faint." Chapter 23. I was sitting in the little room again, the room like a waiting room at the station. The policeman was there, bending over me, giving me a glass of water, and someone's hand was on my arm, Frank's hand. I sat quite still, the floor, the walls, the figures of Frank and the policeman taking solid shape before me. "I'm so sorry," I said. "Such a stupid thing to do. It was so hot in that room, so very hot."
"It gets very airless in there," said the policeman. "There's been complaints about it often, but nothing's ever done. We've had ladies fainting in there before."
"Are you feeling better, Mrs. De Winter?" said Frank. Yes, much better. I shall be all right again. Don't wait with me."
"I'm going to take you back to Manderley."
"No."
"Yes, Maxim has asked me to."
"No, you ought to stay with him."
"Maxim told me to take you back to Manderley."
He put his arm through mine and helped me to get up.
"Can you walk as far as the car, or shall I bring it round?"
"I can walk, but I'd much rather stay. I want to wait for Maxim."
"Maxim may be a long time."
Why did he say that? What did he mean? Why didn't he look at me? He took my arm and walked with me along the passage to the door, and so down the steps into the street. Maxim may be a long time. We did not speak. We came to the little Morris car belonging to Frank. He opened the door and helped me in. Then he got in himself and started up the engine. We drove away from the cobbled marketplace, through the empty town, and out onto the road to Kerith. Will they be a long time? What are they going to do?
"They may have to go over the evidence again."
Frank looked straight in front of him along the hard white road. "They've had all the evidence," I said. "There's nothing more anyone can say."
"You never know,"
said Frank.
"The coroner may put his questions in a different way. Tab has altered the whole business. The coroner will have to approach it now from another angle."
"What angle? How do you mean?"
"You heard the evidence? You heard what Tab said about the boat? They won't believe in an accident any more."
"It's absurd, Frank. It's ridiculous. They should not listen to Tab. How can he tell, after all these months, how holes came to be in a boat? What are they trying to prove?"
"I don't know."
"That coroner will go on, harping at Maxim, making him lose his temper, making him say things he doesn't mean. He will ask question after question, Frank, and Maxim won't stand it. I know he won't stand it." Frank did not answer. He was driving very fast. For the first time since I had known him, he was at a loss for the usual conventional phrase. That meant he was worried, very worried. And usually he was such a slow, careful driver, stopping dead at every crossroads, peering to right and left, blowing his horn at every bend in the road. "That man was there," I said. "That man who came once to Manderley to see Mrs. Danvers."
"You mean Favell?"
asked Frank.
"Yes, I saw him."
"He was sitting there with Mrs. Danvers."
"Yes, I know."
"Why was he there? What right had he to go to the inquest?"
"He was her cousin."
"It's not right that he and Mrs. Danvers should sit there, listening to that evidence. I don't trust them, Frank."
"No."
"They might do something. They might make mischief." Again, Frank did not answer. I realized that his loyalty to Maxim was such that he would not let himself be drawn into a discussion, even with me. He did not know how much I knew, nor could I tell for certainty how much he knew. We were allies, we traveled the same road, but we could not look at one another. We neither of us dared risk a confession. We were turning in now at the lodge gates, and down the long, twisting, narrow drive to the house. I noticed for the first time how the hydrangeas were coming into bloom. their blue heads thrusting themselves from the green foliage behind. For all their beauty, there was something somber about them. They were like the wreaths, stiff and artificial, that you see beneath glass cases in a foreign churchyard. There they were, all the way along the drive, on either side of us, blue, monotonous, like spectators lined up in a street to watch us pass. We came to the house at last and rounded the great sweep before the steps.
"Will you be all right now?"
said Frank.
"You can lie down, can't you?"
"Yes," I said. "Yes, perhaps."
"I shall go back to Lanyon,"
he said.
"Maxim may want me."
He did not say anything more. He got quickly back into the car again and drove away. Maxim might want him. Why did he say Maxim might want him? Perhaps the coroner was going to question Frank as well. Ask him about that evening, over 12 months ago, when Maxim had dined with Frank. He would want to know the exact time that Maxim left his house. He would want to know if anybody saw Maxim when he returned to the house, whether the servants knew that he was there, whether anybody could prove that Maxim went straight up to bed and undressed. Mrs. Danvers might be questioned. They might ask Mrs. Danvers to give evidence, and Maxim, beginning to lose his temper, beginning to go white. I went into the hall. I went upstairs to my room and lay down upon my bed, even as Frank had suggested. I put my hands over my eyes. I kept seeing that room and all the faces. The lined, painstaking, aggravating face of the coroner. The golden pince-nez on his nose. I don't conduct this inquiry for my own amusement. His slow, careful mind, easily offended. What were they all saying now? What was happening? Suppose in a little while Frank came back to Manderley alone. I did not know what happened. I did not know what people did. I remembered pictures of men in the papers, leaving places like that and being taken away. Suppose Maxim was taken away. They would not let me go to him. They would not let me see him. I should have to stay here at Manderley, day after day, night after night, waiting, as I was waiting now. People like Colonel Julian being kind. People saying, "You must not be alone. You must come to us." The telephone, the newspapers, the telephone again. "No, Mrs. De Winter can't see anyone. Mrs. De Winter has no story to give the County Chronicle." And another day, and another day. Weeks that would be blurred and non-existent. Frank at last taking me to see Maxim. He would look thin, queer, like people in hospital. Other women had been through this, women I had read about in the papers. They sent letters to the Home Secretary, and it was not any good. The Home Secretary always said that justice must take its course. Friends sent petitions too. Everybody signed them. But the Home Secretary could never do anything. And the ordinary people who read about it in the papers said, "Why should the fellow get off? He murdered his wife, didn't he?" What about the poor, murdered wife? This sentimental business about abolishing the death penalty simply encourages crime. This fellow ought to have thought about that before he killed his wife. It's too late now. He will have to hang for it, like any other murderer. And serve him right, too. Let it be a warning to others. I remember seeing a picture on the back of a paper once of a little crowd collected outside a prison gate, and just after 9 o'clock a policeman came and pinned a notice on the gate for the people to read. The notice said something about the sentence being carried out. Sentence of death was carried out this morning at 9 o'clock. The governor, the prison doctor, and the sheriff of the county were present. Hanging was quick. Hanging did not hurt. It broke your neck at once. No, it did not. Someone said once it did not always work. Someone who had known the governor of a prison. They put that bag over your head, and you stand on the little platform, and then the floor gives way beneath you. It takes exactly 3 minutes to go from the cell to the moment you are hanged. No, 50 seconds, someone said. No, that's absurd. It could not be 50 seconds. There's a little flight of steps down the side of the shed, down to the pit. The doctor goes down there to look. They die instantly. No, they don't. The body moves for some time. The neck is not always broken. Yes, but even so they don't feel anything. Someone said they did. Someone who had a brother who was a prison doctor said it was not generally known because it would be such a scandal, but they did not always die at once. Their eyes were open. They stay open for quite a long time. God, don't let me go on thinking about this. Let me think about something else, about other things, about Mrs. Van Hopper in America. She must be staying with her daughter now. They had that house on Long Island in the summer. I expect they played a lot of bridge. They went to the races. Mrs. Van Hopper was fond of the races. I wonder if she still wears that little yellow hat. It was too small for her. Much too small on that big face. Mrs. Van Hopper sitting about in the garden of that house on Long Island, with novels and magazines and papers on her lap. Mrs. Van Hopper putting up her lorgnette and calling to her daughter. Look at this, Helen. They say Max de Winter murdered his first wife. I always did think there was something peculiar about him. I warned that fool of a girl she was making a mistake, but she wouldn't listen to me. Well, she's cooked her goose now, all right. I suppose I'll make her a big offer to go on the pictures. Something was touching my hand. It was Jasper. Jasper thrusting his cold, damp nose in my hands. He had followed me up from the hall. Why did dogs make one want to cry? There was something so quiet and hopeless about their sympathy. Jasper, knowing something was wrong, as dogs always do. Trunks being packed, cars being brought to the door, dogs standing with drooping tails, dejected eyes, wandering back to their baskets in the hall when the sound of the car dies away. I must have fallen asleep because I woke suddenly with a start and heard that first crack of thunder in the air. I sat up. The clock said 5. I got up and went to the window. There was not a breath of wind. The leaves hung listless on the trees, waiting. The sky was slaty gray. The jagged lightning split the sky. Another rumble in the distance. No rain fell. I went out into the corridor and listened. I could not hear anything. I went to the head of the stairs. There was no sign of anybody. The hall was dark because of the menace of thunder overhead. I went down and stood on the terrace. There was another burst of thunder. One spot of rain fell on my hand. One spot, no more. It was very dark. I could see the sea beyond the dip in the valley like a black lake. Another spot fell on my hands, and another crack of thunder came. One of the housemaids began shutting the windows in the rooms upstairs. Robert appeared and shut the windows of the drawing room behind me. "The gentlemen are not back yet, are they, Robert?" I asked. "No, madam, not yet. I thought you were with them, madam." No. I've been back some time." "Will you have tea, madam?" No, I'll wait." "It looks as though the weather was going to break at last, madam." "Yes." No rain fell. Nothing since those 2 drops on my hand. I went back and sat in the library. At 5:30, Robert came into the room. "The car has just driven up to the door now, madam," he said. "Which car?" "Mr. De Winter's car, madam," he said. "Is Mr. De Winter driving it himself?" "Yes, madam." I tried to get up, but my legs were things of straw. They would not bear me. I stood leaning against the sofa. My throat was very dry. After a minute, Maxim came into the room. He stood just inside the door. He looked very tired, old. There were lines at the corner of his mouth I had never noticed before. "It's all over," he said. I waited. Still I could not speak or move towards him. "Suicide," he said, "without sufficient evidence to show the state of mind of the deceased. They were all at sea, of course. They did not know what they were doing." I sat down on the sofa. "Suicide," I said. "But the motive? Where was the motive?" "God knows," he said. "They did not seem to think a motive was necessary. Old Horridge, peering at me, wanted to know if Rebecca had any money troubles.
Money troubles, God in heaven.
He went and stood by the window, looking out at the green lawns.
It's going to rain, he said. Thank God it's going to rain at last.
What happened? I said. What did the coroner say? Why have you been there all this time?
He went over and over the same ground again, said Maxim. Little details about the boat that no one cared about. Were the seacocks hard to turn on? Where exactly was the first hole in relation to the second? What was ballast? What effect upon the stability of the boat would the shifting of the ballast have? Could a woman do this unaided? Did the cabin door shut firmly? What pressure of water was necessary to burst open a door? I thought I should go mad. I kept my temper, though. Seeing you there by the door made me remember what I had to do. If you had not fainted like that, I should never have done it. It brought me up with a jerk. I knew exactly what I was going to say. I faced Horridge all the time. I never took my eyes off his thin, pernickety little face and those gold-rimmed pince-nez. I shall remember that face of his to my dying day. I'm tired, darling. So tired I can't see, or hear, or feel anything.
He sat down on the window seat. He leant forward, his head in his hands. I went and sat beside him. In a few minutes Frith came in, followed by Robert, carrying the table for tea. The solemn ritual went forward, as it always did, day after day. The leaves of the table pulled out, the laying of the snowy cloth, the putting down of the silver teapot and the kettle with a little flame beneath, scones, sandwiches, 3 different sorts of cake. Jasper sat close to the table, his tail thumping now and again upon the floor, his eyes fixed expectantly on me. It's funny, I thought, how the routine of life goes on. Whatever happens, we do the same things. Go through the little performance of eating, sleeping, washing. No crisis can break through the crust of habit. I poured out Maxim's tea. I took it to him on the window seat, gave him a scone, and buttered one for myself. "Where's Frank?" I asked.
He had to go and see the vicar. I would have gone too, but I wanted to come straight back to you. I kept thinking of you, waiting here, all by yourself, not knowing what was going to happen.
"Why the vicar?" I said.
Something has to happen this evening, he said. Something at the church.
I stared at him blankly. Then I understood. They were going to bury Rebecca. They were going to bring Rebecca back from the mortuary.
It's fixed for 6:30, he said. No one knows but Frank and Colonel Julian and the vicar and myself. There won't be anyone hanging about. This was arranged yesterday. The verdict doesn't make any difference.
What time must you go?
I'm meeting them there at church at 6:25.
I did not say anything. I went on drinking my tea. Maxim put his sandwich down untasted.
It's still very hot, isn't it? He said.
It's a storm, I said. It won't break. Only little spots at a time. It's there in the air. It won't break.
It was thundering when I left Lanyon, he said. The sky was like ink over my head. Why in the name of God doesn't it rain?
The birds were hushed in the trees. It was still very dark. I wish you did not have to go out again, I said. He did not answer. He looked tired, so deathly tired.
We'll talk over things this evening when I get back, he said presently. We've got so much to do together, haven't we? We've got to begin all over again. I've been the worst sort of husband for you.
No, I said, no.
We'll start again, once this thing is behind us. We can do it, you and I. It's not like being alone. The past can't hurt us if we are together. You'll have children, too.
After a while, he glanced at his watch.
It's 6:10, he said. I shall have to be going. It won't take long, not more than half an hour. We've got to go down to the crypt.
I held his hand. I'll come with you. I shan't mind. Let me come with you.
No, he said.
No, I don't want you to come." Then he went out of the room. I heard the sound of the car starting up in the drive. Presently the sound died away, and I knew he had gone. Robert came to clear away the tea. It was like another day. The routine was unchanged. I wondered if it would have been so had Maxim not come back from Lanyon. I wondered if Robert would have stood there, that wooden expression on his young sheep's face, brushing the crumbs from the snow-white cloth, picking up the table, carrying it from the room. It seemed very quiet in the library when he had gone. I began to think of them down at the church, going through that door and down the flight of stairs to the crypt. I had never been there. I had only seen the door. I wondered what a crypt was like, if there were coffins standing there. Maxim's father and mother. I wondered what would happen to the coffin of that other woman who had been put there by mistake. I wondered who she was. Poor, unclaimed soul, washed up by the wind and tide. Now another coffin would stand there. Rebecca would lie there in the crypt as well. Was the vicar reading the burial service there, with Maxim and Frank and Colonel Julian standing by his side? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It seemed to me that Rebecca had no reality any more. She had crumbled away when they had found her on the cabin floor. It was not Rebecca who was lying in the crypt. It was dust, only dust. Just after 7, the rain began to fall. Gently at first, a light pattering in the trees, and so thin I could not see it. Then louder and faster, a driving torrent falling slantways from the slate sky, like water from a sluice. I left the windows open wide. I stood in front of them and breathed the cold, clean air. The rain splashed into my face and on my hands. I could not see beyond the lawns. The falling rain came thick and fast. I heard it sputtering in the gutter pipes above the windows and the splashing on the stones of the terrace. There was no more thunder. The rain smelt of moss and earth and of the black bark of trees. I did not hear Frith come in at the door. I was standing by the window, watching the rain. I did not see him until he was beside me.
"Excuse me, madam," he said. "Do you know if Mr. De Winter will be long?"
"No," I said, "not very long."
"There's a gentleman to see him, madam," said Frith, after a moment's hesitation. "I'm not quite sure what I ought to say. He's very insistent about seeing Mr. De Winter."
"Is it anyone you know?"
Frith looked uncomfortable. "Yes, madam," he said. "It's a gentleman who used to come here frequently at one time when Mrs. De Winter was alive. A gentleman called Mr. Favell."
I knelt on the window seat and shut the window. The rain was coming in on the cushions. Then I turned round and looked at Frith. "I think perhaps I had better see Mr. Favell," I said.
"Very good, madam."
I went and stood over on the rug beside the empty fireplace. It was just possible that I should be able to get rid of Favell before Maxim came back. I did not know what I was going to say to him, but I was not frightened. In a few moments Frith returned and showed Favell into the library. He looked much the same as before, but a little rougher if possible, a little more untidy. He was the sort of man who invariably went hatless. His hair was bleached from the sun of the last days, and his skin was deeply tanned. His eyes were rather bloodshot. I wondered if he had been drinking. "I'm afraid Maxim is not here," I said. "I don't know when he will be back. Wouldn't it be better if you made an appointment to see him at the office in the morning?"
"Waiting doesn't worry me," said Favell. "And I don't think I shall have to wait very long, you know. I had a look in the dining room as I came along, and I see Max's place is laid for dinner all right."
"Our plans have been changed," I said. "It's quite possible Maxim won't be home at all this evening."
"He's run off, has he?" said Favell, with a half-smile I did not like. "I wonder if you really mean it. Of course, Under the circumstances, it's the wisest thing he can do. Gossip is an unpleasant thing to some people. It's more pleasant to avoid, isn't it?
I don't know what you mean, I said.
Don't you? He said. Oh, come. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Tell me, are you feeling better? Too bad, fainting like that at the inquest this afternoon. I would have come and helped you out, but I saw you had one knight-errant already. I bet Frank Crawley enjoyed himself. Did you let him drive you home? You wouldn't let me drive you 5 yards when I offered to.
What do you want to see Maxim about? I asked. Favel leant forward to the table and helped himself to a cigarette.
You don't mind my smoking, I suppose, he said. It won't make you sick, will it? One never knows with brides.
He watched me over his lighter.
You've grown up a bit since I last saw you, haven't you? He said. I wonder what you have been doing. Leading Frank Crawley up the garden path?
He blew a cloud of smoke in the air.
I say, do you mind asking old Frith to get me a whiskey and soda?
I did not say anything. I went and rang the bell. He sat down on the edge of the sofa, swinging his legs, that half smile on his lips. Robert answered the bell. A whiskey and soda for Mr. Favel, I said.
Well, Robert, said Favel, I haven't seen you for a very long time. Still breaking the hearts of the girls in Carith?
Robert flushed. He glanced at me, horribly embarrassed.
All right, old chap. I won't give you away. Run along, get me a double whiskey, and jump on it.
Robert disappeared. Favel laughed, dropping ash all over the floor.
I took Robert out once on his half-day, he said. Rebecca bet me a $5 I wouldn't ask him. I won my $5 all right. Spent one of the funniest evenings of my life. Did I laugh? Oh boy. Robert on the razzle takes a lot of beating, I tell you. I must say he's got a good eye for a girl. He picked the prettiest of the bunch we saw that night.
Robert came back again with a whiskey and soda on a tray. He looked very red, very uncomfortable. Favel watched him with a smile as he poured out his drink, and then he began to laugh, leaning back on the arm of the sofa. He whistled the bar of a song, watching Robert all the time.
That was the one, wasn't it?
He said.
That was the tune? Do you still like ginger hair, Robert?
Robert gave him a flat, weak smile. He looked miserable. Favel laughed louder still. Robert turned and went out of the room.
Poor kid, said Favel. I don't suppose he's been on the loose since. That old Frith keeps him on a leading string.
He began drinking his whiskey and soda, glancing round the room, looking at me every now and then, and smiling.
I don't think I shall mind very much if Max doesn't get back to dinner, he said. What say you?
I did not answer. I stood by the fireplace, my hands behind my back.
You wouldn't waste that place at the dining room table, would you?
He said. He looked at me, smiling still, his head on one side. Mr. Favel, I said, I don't want to be rude, but as a matter of fact, I'm very tired. I've had a long and fairly exhausting day. If you can't tell me what you want to see Maxim about, it's not much good you're sitting here. You had far better do as I suggest and go round to the estate office in the morning. He slid off the arm of the sofa and came towards me, his glass in his hand.
No, no,
he said.
No, don't be a brute. I've had an exhausting day too. Don't run away and leave me. I'm quite harmless, really I am. I suppose Max has been telling tales about me to you.
I did not answer.
You think I'm the big, bad wolf, don't you?
He said.
But I'm not, you know. I'm a perfectly ordinary, harmless bloke. And I think you are behaving splendidly over all this. Perfectly splendidly. I take my hat off to you, I really do.
This last speech of his was very slurred and thick. I wished I had never told Frith I would see him.
You come down here to Manderley, he said, waving his arm vaguely. You take on all this place, meet hundreds of people you've never seen before. You put up with old Max and his moods. You don't give a fig for anyone. You just go your own way. I call it a damn good effort, and I don't care who hears me say so. A damn good effort.
He swayed a little as he stood. He steadied himself, put the empty glass down on the table.
This business has been a shock to me, you know,
he said.
A bloody awful shock. Rebecca was my cousin. I was damn fond of her.
Yes, I said. I'm very sorry for you.
We were brought up together,
he went on.
Always tremendous pals. Liked the same things, the same people. Laughed at the same jokes. I suppose I was fonder of Rebecca than anyone else in the world, and she was fond of me. All this has been a bloody shock.
Yes, I said. Yes, of course.
And what is Max going to do about it? That's what I want to know. Does he think he can sit back quietly, now that the sham inquest is over? Tell me that.
He was not smiling anymore. He bent towards me.
I'm going to see justice is done to Rebecca,
he said, his voice growing louder.
Suicide. God almighty. That doddering old fool of a coroner got the jury to say suicide. You and I know it wasn't suicide.
He leant closer to me still.
Don't we?
He said slowly. The door opened and Maxim came into the room, with Frank just behind him. Maxim stood quite still, with the door open, staring at Fauvel.
What the hell are you doing here?
He said. Fauvel turned round, his hands in his pockets. He waited a moment, and then he began to smile.
As a matter of fact, Max, old chap, I came to congratulate you on the inquest this afternoon.
Do you mind leaving the house? Said Max. Or do you want Crawley and me to chuck you out?
Steady a moment,
said Fauvel. He lit another cigarette and sat down once more on the arm of the sofa.
You don't want Frith to hear what I'm going to say, do you?
He said.
Well, he will, if you don't shut that door.
Maxim did not move. I saw Frank close the door very quietly.
Now listen here, Max, said Fauvel. You've come very well out of this affair, haven't you? Better than you ever expected. Oh, yes. I was in the court this afternoon, and I dare say you saw me. I was there from start to finish. I saw your wife faint at a rather critical moment, and I don't blame her. It was touch and go then, wasn't it, Max? What way the inquiry would go? Luckily for you, it went the way it did. You hadn't squared those thick-headed fellows who were acting jury, had you? It looked damn like it to me.
Maxim made a move towards Fauvel, but Fauvel held up his hand.
Wait a bit, can't you?
He said.
I haven't finished yet. You realize, don't you, Max, old man, that I can make things damned unpleasant for you, if I choose. Not only unpleasant, but shall I say, dangerous.
I sat down on the chair beside the fireplace. I held the arms of the chair very tight. Frank came over and stood behind the chair. Still, Maxim did not move. He never took his eyes off Fauvel.
Oh, yes?
He said.
In what way can you make things dangerous? Look here, Max, said Fauvel. I suppose there are no secrets between you and your wife, and from the look of things, Crawley there just makes a happy trio. I can speak plainly then, and I will. You all know about Rebecca and me. We were lovers, weren't we? I've never denied it, and I never will. Up to the present, I believed, like every other fool, that Rebecca was drowned sailing in the bay, and that her body was picked up at Edgecombe weeks afterwards. It was a shock to me then, a bloody shock. But I said to myself, that's the sort of death Rebecca would choose. She'd go out like she lived, fighting.
He paused. He sat there on the edge of the sofa, looking at all of us in turn.
Then I pick up the evening paper a few days ago, and I read that Rebecca's boat had been stumbled on by the local diver, and that there was a body in the cabin. I couldn't understand it. Who the hell would Rebecca have as a sailing companion? It didn't make sense. I came down here, and I put up at a pub just outside Carith. I got in touch with Mrs. Danvers. She told me that the body in the cabin was Rebecca's. Even so, I thought like everyone else that the first body was a mistake, and Rebecca had somehow got shut in the cabin when she went to fetch a coat. Well, I attended that inquest today, as you know, and everything went smoothly, didn't it? Until Tab gave his evidence. But after that, well, Max, old man, what have you got to say about those holes in the floorboards and those seacocks turned full on?
Do you think, said Maxim slowly, that after those hours of talk this afternoon, I'm going into it again with you? You heard the evidence, and you heard the verdict. It satisfied the coroner, and it must satisfy you.
Suicide, eh?
Said Favell.
Rebecca committing suicide. The sort of thing she would do, wasn't it? Listen, you never knew I had this note, did you? I kept it because it was the last thing she ever wrote to me. I'll read it to you. I think it will interest you.
He took a piece of paper out of his pocket. I recognized that thin, pointed, slanting hand. I tried to ring you from the flat, but could get no answer. He read, I'm going down to Manders right away. I shall be at the cottage this evening, and if you get this in time, will you get the car and follow me? I'll spend the night at the cottage and leave the door open for you. I've got something to tell you, and I want to see you as soon as possible. Rebecca. He put the note back in his pocket.
That's not the sort of note you write when you're going to commit suicide, is it?
He said.
It was waiting for me in my flat when I got back about 4 a.m. I had no idea Rebecca was to be in London that day, or I should have got in touch with her. It happened by a vile stroke of fortune. I was on a party that night. When I read the note at 4 a.m, I decided it was too late to go crashing down on a 6-hour run to Manderley. I went to bed, determined to put a call through later in the day. I did, about 12 o'clock, and I heard Rebecca had been drowned.
He sat there, staring at Maxim. None of us spoke.
Supposing the coroner this afternoon had read that note, it would have made it a little bit more tricky for you, wouldn't it, Max, old man?
Said Favell.
Well,
said Maxim, why didn't you get up and give it to him?
Steady, old boy, steady. No need to get rattled. I don't want to smash you, Max. God knows you've never been a friend to me. But I don't bear malice about it. All married men with lovely wives are jealous, aren't they? And some of 'em just can't help playing Othello. They're made that way. I don't blame them. I'm sorry for them. I'm a bit of a socialist in my way, you know. And I can't think why fellows can't share their women instead of killing them. What difference does it make? You can get your fun just the same. A lovely woman isn't like a motor tire. She doesn't wear out. The more you use her, the better she goes. Now, Max, I've laid all my cards on the table. Why can't we come to some agreement? I'm not a rich man. I'm too fond of gambling for that. But what gets me down is never having any capital to fall back upon. Now, if I had a settlement of 2,000 or 3,000 a year for life, I could jog along comfortably. And I'd never trouble you again. I swear before God I would not. I've asked you before to leave the house, said Maxim. I'm not going to ask you again. There's the door behind me. You can open it yourself. Hold on a minute, Maxim, said Frank. It's not quite so easy as all that. He turned to Favell. I see what you're driving at. It happens, very unfortunately, that you could, as you say, twist things round and make it difficult for Maxim. I don't think he sees it as clearly as I do. What is the exact amount you propose Maxim should settle on you?"
I saw Maxim go very white, and a little pulse began to show on his forehead.
"Don't interfere with this, Frank," he said. "This is my affair entirely. I'm not going to give way to blackmail. I don't suppose your wife wants to be pointed out as Mrs. De Winter, the widow of a murderer, of a fellow who was hanged,"
said Fauvel. He laughed and glanced towards me.
"You think you can frighten me, don't you, Fauvel?" said Maxim. "Well, you are wrong. I'm not afraid of anything you can do. There is a telephone in the next room. Shall I ring up Colonel Julien and ask him to come over? He's the magistrate. He'll be interested in your story."
Fauvel stared at him and laughed.
"Good bluff," he said. "But it won't work. You wouldn't dare ring up old Julien. I've got enough evidence to hang you, Max, old man."
Maxim walked slowly across the room and passed through to the little room beyond. I heard the click of the telephone. "Stop him," I said to Frank. "Stop him, for God's sake." Frank glanced at my face. He went swiftly towards the door. I heard Maxim's voice, very cool, very calm.
"I want Careth 17, he said.
Fauvel was watching the door, his face curiously intense.
"Leave me alone,"
I heard Maxim say to Frank, and then 2 minutes afterwards,
"Is that Colonel Julien speaking? It's De Winter here. Yes. Yes, I know. I wonder if you could possibly come over here at once. Yes, to Manderley. It's rather urgent. I can't explain why on the telephone, but you shall hear everything directly you come. I'm very sorry to have to drag you out. Yes. Thank you very much. Goodbye."
He came back again into the room.
"Julien is coming right away,"
he said. He crossed over and threw open the windows. It was still raining very hard. He stood there with his back to us, breathing the cold air.
"Maxim,"
said Frank quietly.
"Maxim."
He did not answer. Fauvel laughed and helped himself to another cigarette.
"If you want to hang yourself, old fellow, it's all the same to me,"
he said. He picked up a paper from the table and flung himself down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and began to turn over the pages. Frank hesitated, glancing from me to Maxim. Then he came beside me. "Can't you do something?" I whispered. "Go out and meet Colonel Julien? Prevent him from coming? Say it was all a mistake?"
Maxim spoke from the window without turning round. "Frank is not to leave this room," he said. "I'm going to manage this thing alone. Colonel Julien will be here in exactly 10 minutes.
We none of us said anything. Fauvel went on reading his paper. There was no sound but the steady falling rain. It fell without a break, steady, straight, and monotonous. I felt helpless, without strength. There was nothing I could do, nothing that Frank could do. In a book or in a play, I would have found a revolver, and we should have shot Fauvel, hidden his body in a cupboard. There was no revolver. There was no cupboard. We were ordinary people. These things did not happen. I could not go to Maxim now and beg him on my knees to give Fauvel the money. I had to sit there, with my hands in my lap, watching the rain, watching Maxim with his back turned to me, standing by the window. It was raining too hard to hear the car. The sound of the rain covered all other sounds. We did not know Colonel Julien had arrived until the door opened and Frith showed him into the room. Maxim swung round from the window.
"Good evening," he said. "We meet again. You've made very good time." "Yes," said Colonel Julien. "You said it was urgent, so I came at once. Luckily, my man had left the car handy. What an evening."
He glanced at Fauvel uncertainly, and then came over and shook hands with me, nodding to Maxim.
"A good thing the rain has come," he said. "It's been hanging about too long. I hope you're feeling better."
I murmured something, I don't know what, and he stood there looking from one to the other of us, rubbing his hands.
"I think you realize," Maxim said, "that I haven't brought you out on an evening like this for a social half-hour before dinner. This is Jack Favel, my late wife's first cousin. I don't know if you have ever met."
Colonel Julian nodded.
"Your face seems familiar. I probably met you here in the old days."
"Quite," said Maxim.
"Go ahead, Favel."
Favel got up from the sofa and chucked the paper back on the table. The 10 minutes seemed to have sobered him. He walked quite steadily. He was not smiling any longer. I had the impression that he was not entirely pleased with the turn in the events, and he was ill prepared for the encounter with Colonel Julian. He began speaking in a loud, rather domineering voice.
"Look here, Colonel Julian," he said. "There's no sense in beating about the bush. The reason why I'm here is that I'm not satisfied with the verdict given at the inquest this afternoon." "Oh?" said Colonel Julian. "Isn't that for Mr. De Winter to say, not you?" "No, I don't think it is," said Favel. "I have a right to speak, not only as Rebecca's cousin, but as her prospective husband, had she lived."
Colonel Julian looked rather taken aback.
"Oh," he said. "Oh, I see. That's rather different. Is this true, De Winter?"
Maxim shrugged his shoulders.
"It's the first I've heard of it," he said.
Colonel Julian looked from one to the other doubtfully.
"Look here, Favel," he said. "What exactly is your trouble?"
Favel stared at him a moment. I could see he was planning something in his mind, and he was still not sober enough to carry it through. He put his hand slowly in his waistcoat pocket and brought out Rebecca's note.
"This note was written a few hours before Rebecca was supposed to have set out on that suicidal sail. Here it is. I want you to read it and say whether you think a woman who wrote that note had made up her mind to kill herself."
Colonel Julian took a pair of spectacles from a case in his pocket and read the note. Then he handed it back to Favel.
"No," he said. "On the face of it, no. But I don't know what the note refers to. Perhaps you do, or perhaps De Winter does."
Maxim did not say anything. Favel twisted the piece of paper in his fingers, considering Colonel Julian all the while.
"My cousin made a definite appointment in that note, didn't she?" he said. "She deliberately asked me to drive down to Manderley that night because she had something to tell me. What it actually was, I don't suppose we shall ever know, but that's beside the point. She made the appointment, and she was to spend the night in the cottage on purpose to see me alone. The mere fact of her going for a sail never surprised me. It was the sort of thing she did, for an hour or so, after a long day in London. But to plug holes in the cabin and deliberately drown herself, the hysterical impulsive freak of a neurotic girl, oh no, Julian, by Christ, no."
The color had flooded into his face, and the last words were shouted. His manner was not helpful to him, and I could see, by the thin line of Colonel Julian's mouth, that he had not taken to Favel.
"My dear fellow," he said, "it's not the slightest use your losing your temper with me. I'm not the coroner who conducted the inquiry this afternoon, nor am I a member of the jury who gave the verdict. I'm merely the magistrate of the district. Naturally, I want to help you all I can, and De Winter too. You say you refuse to believe your cousin committed suicide. On the other hand, you heard, as we all did, the evidence of the boat builder. The seacocks were open. The holes were there. Very well. Suppose we get to the point. What do you suggest really happened?"
Favel turned his head and looked slowly towards Maxim. He was still twisting the note between his fingers.
"Rebecca never opened those seacocks, nor split the holes in the planking. Rebecca never committed suicide. You've asked for my opinion, and by God you shall have it. Rebecca was murdered. And if you want to know who the murderer is, why, there he stands, by the window there, with that goddamn superior smile on his face. He couldn't even wait, could he, until the year was out, before marrying the first girl he set his eyes on. There he is. There's your murderer for you. Mr. Maximilian de Winter. Take a good long look at him. He'd look well hanging, wouldn't he?"
And Fauvel began to laugh, the laugh of a drunkard, high-pitched, forced, and foolish, and all the while twisting Rebecca's note between his fingers. Chapter 24. Thank God for Fauvel's laugh. Thank God for his pointing finger, his flushed face, his staring bloodshot eyes. Thank God for the way he stood there swaying on his 2 feet, because it made Colonel Julien antagonistic. It put him on our side. I saw the disgust on his face, the quick movement of his lips. Colonel Julien did not believe him. Colonel Julien was on our side.
"The man's drunk," he said quickly. "He doesn't know what he's saying." "Drunk, am I?" shouted Fauvel. "Oh no, my fine friend. You may be a magistrate, and a colonel into the bargain, but it won't cut any ice with me. I've got the law on my side for a change, and I'm going to use it. There are other magistrates in this bloody county besides you, fellows with brains in their heads, who understand the meaning of justice. Not soldiers who got the sack years ago for incompetence, and walk about with a string of putty medals on their chest. Max de Winter murdered Rebecca, and I'm going to prove it." "Wait a minute, Mr. Fauvel," said Colonel Julien quietly. "You were present at the inquiry this afternoon, weren't you? I remember you now. I saw you sitting there. If you felt so deeply about the injustice of the verdict, why didn't you say so then, to the jury, to the coroner himself? Why didn't you produce that letter in court?"
Fauvel stared at him and laughed.
"Why?" he said. "Because I did not choose to, that's why. I preferred to come and tackle De Winter personally." "That's why I rang you up," said Maxim, coming forward from the window. "We've already heard Fauvel's accusations. I asked him the same question. Why didn't he tell his suspicions to the coroner? He said he was not a rich man, and that if I cared to settle 2,000 or 3,000 on him for life, he would never worry me again. Frank was here, and my wife. They both heard him. Ask them." "It's perfectly true, sir," said Frank. "It's blackmail, pure and simple." "Yes, of course," said Colonel Julien. "The trouble is that blackmail is not very pure, nor is it particularly simple. It can make a lot of unpleasantness for a great many people, even if the blackmailer finds himself in jail at the end of it. Sometimes innocent people find themselves in jail as well. We want to avoid that in this case. I don't know whether you are sufficiently sober, Fauvel, to answer my questions. And if you keep off irrelevant personalities, we may get through with the business quicker. You've just made a serious accusation against De Winter. Have you any proof to back that accusation?" "Proof?" said Fauvel. "What the hell do you want with proof? Aren't those holes in the boat proof enough?" "Certainly not," said Colonel Julien, "unless you can bring a witness who saw him do it. Where's your witness?" "Witness be damned," said Fauvel. "Of course De Winter did it. Who else would kill Rebecca?" "Kerith has a large population," said Colonel Julien. "Why not go from door to door, making inquiries? I might have done it myself. You appear to have no more proof against De Winter there than you would have against me." "Oh, I see," said Fauvel. "You're going to hold his hand through this. You're going to back De Winter. You won't let him down because you've dined with him, and he's dined with you. He's a big name down here. He's the owner of Manderley. You poor bloody little snob." "Take care, Fauvel, take care." "You think you can get the better of me, don't you? You think I've got no case to bring to a court of law. I'll get my proof for you all right. I tell you, De Winter killed Rebecca because of me. He knew I was her lover. He was jealous, madly jealous. He knew she was waiting for me at the cottage on the beach, and he went down that night and killed her. Then he put her body in the boat and sank her. Quite a clever story, Favel, in its way, but I repeat again, you have no proof. Produce your witness who saw it happen, and I might begin to take you seriously. I know that cottage on the beach. A sort of picnic place, isn't it? Mrs. De Winter used to keep the gear there for the boat. It would help your story if you could turn it into a bungalow with 50 replicas alongside of it. There would be a chance then that one of the inhabitants might have seen the whole affair. Hold on, said Favel. Hold on. There is a chance De Winter might have been seen that night. Quite a good chance, too. It's worth finding out. What would you say if I did produce a witness?
Colonel Julian shrugged his shoulders. I saw Frank glance inquiringly at Maxim. Maxim did not say anything. He was watching Favel. I suddenly knew what Favel meant. I knew who he was talking about. And in a flash of fear and horror, I knew that he was right. There had been a witness that night. Little sentences came back to me. Words I had not understood. Phrases I believed to be the fragments of a poor idiot's mind. She's down there, isn't she? She won't come back again. I didn't tell no one. They'll find her there, won't they? The fishes have eaten her, haven't they? She'll not come back no more. Ben knew. Ben had seen. Ben, with his queer, crazed brain, had been a witness all the time. He had been hiding in the woods that night. He had seen Maxim take the boat from the moorings and pull back in the dinghy alone. I knew all the color was draining from my face. I leant back against the cushion of the chair.
There's a local half-wit who spends his time on the beach, said Favel. He was always hanging about when I used to come down and meet Rebecca. I've often seen him. He used to sleep in the woods or on the beach when the nights were hot. The fellow's cracked. He would never have come forward on his own, but I could make him talk if he did see anything that night, and there's a bloody big chance he did. Who is this? What's he talking about? Said Colonel Julian. He must mean Ben, said Frank, with another glance at Maxim. He's a son of one of our tenants, but the man's not responsible for what he says or does. He's been an idiot since birth. What the hell does that matter? Said Favel. He's got eyes, hasn't he? He knows what he sees. He's only got to answer yes or no. You're getting windy now, aren't you? Not so mighty confident. Can we get hold of this fellow and question him? Asked Colonel Julian. Of course, said Maxim. Tell Robert to cut down to his mother's cottage, Frank, and bring him back. Frank hesitated. I saw him glance at me out of the tail of his eye. Go on, for God's sake, said Maxim. We want to end this thing, don't we? Frank went out of the room. I began to feel the old nagging pain beneath my heart. In a few minutes, Frank came back again into the room. Robert's taken my car, he said. If Ben is at home, he won't be more than 10 minutes. The rain will keep him at home all right, said Favel. He'll be there, and I think you will find I shall be able to make him talk. He laughed and looked at Maxim. His face was still very flushed. Excitement had made him sweat. There were beads of perspiration on his forehead. I noticed how his neck bulged over the back of his collar, and how low his ears were set on his head. Those good looks would not last him very long. Already he was out of condition, puffy. He helped himself to another cigarette. You're like a little trade union here at Manderley, aren't you? He said. No one going to give anyone else away. Even the local magistrate is on the same racket. We must exempt the bride, of course. A wife doesn't give evidence against her husband. Crawley, of course, has been squared. He knows he would lose his job if he told the truth. And if I guess rightly, there's a spice of malice in his soul towards me. You didn't have much success with Rebecca, did you, Crawley? That garden path wasn't quite long enough, eh? It's a bit easier this time, isn't it? The bride will be grateful for your fraternal arm every time she faints. When she hears the judge sentence her husband to death, that arm of yours will come in very handy.
It happened very quickly. Too quick for me to see how Maxim did it. But I saw Fauvel stagger and fall against the arm of the sofa and down onto the floor, and Maxim was standing just beside him. I felt rather sick. There was something degrading in the fact that Maxim had hit Fauvel. I wished I had not known. I wished I had not been there to see. Colonel Julien did not say anything. He looked very grim. He turned his back on them and came and stood beside me.
I think you had better go upstairs,
he said quietly. I shook my head. No, I whispered, no.
That fellow is in a state capable of saying anything, he said. What you have just seen was not very attractive, was it? Your husband was right, of course, but it's a pity you saw it.
I did not answer. I was watching Fauvel, who was getting slowly to his feet. He sat down heavily on the sofa and put his handkerchief to his face.
Get me a drink, he said. Get me a drink.
Maxim looked at Frank. Frank went out of the room. None of us spoke. In a moment, Frank came back with the whiskey and soda on a tray. He mixed some in a glass and gave it to Fauvel. Fauvel drank it greedily, like an animal. There was something sensual and horrible the way he put his mouth to the glass. His lips folded upon the glass in a peculiar way. There was a dark red patch on his jaw where Maxim had hit him. Maxim had turned his back on him again and had returned to the window. I glanced at Colonel Julien and saw that he was looking at Maxim. His gaze was curious, intent. My heart began beating very quickly. Why did Colonel Julien look at Maxim in that way? Did it mean that he was beginning to wonder, to suspect? Maxim did not see. He was watching the rain. It fell straight and steady as before. The sound filled the room. Fauvel finished his whiskey and soda and put the glass back on the table beside the sofa. He was breathing heavily. He did not look at any of us. He was staring straight in front of him at the floor. The telephone began ringing in the little room. It struck a shrill, discordant note. Frank went to answer it. He came back at once and looked at Colonel Julien.
It's your daughter, he said. They want to know if they are to keep dinner back.
Colonel Julien waved his hand impatiently.
Tell them to start, he said. Tell them I don't know when I shall be back.
He glanced at his watch.
Fancy ringing up, he muttered. What a moment to choose.
Frank went back into the little room to give the message. I thought of the daughter at the other end of the telephone. It would be the one who played golf. I could imagine her calling to her sister. Dad says we're to start. What on earth can he be doing? The steak will be like leather. Their little household disorganized because of this. Their evening routine upset. All these foolish, inconsequent threads hanging upon one another because Maxim had killed Rebecca. I looked at Frank. His face was pale and set.
I heard Robert coming back with the car,
he said to Colonel Julien.
The window in there looks onto the drive.
He went out of the library to the hall. Fauvel had lifted his head when he spoke. Then he got to his feet once more and stood looking towards the door. There was a queer, ugly smile on his face. The door opened and Frank came in. He turned and spoke to someone in the hall outside.
All right, Ben, he said quietly. Mr. De Winter wants to give you some cigarettes. There's nothing to be frightened of.
Ben stepped awkwardly into the room. He had his sou'wester in his hands. He looked odd and naked without his hat. I realized for the first time that his head was shaved all over, and he had no hair. He looked different, dreadful. The light seemed to daze him. He glanced foolishly around the room, blinking his small eyes. He caught sight of me, and I gave him a weak, rather tremulous smile. I don't know if he recognized me or not. He just blinked his eyes. Then Fauvel walked slowly towards him and stood in front of him.
Hello, he said. How's life treated you since we last met?
Ben stared at him. There was no recognition on his face. He did not answer.
Well, said Fauvel, you know who I am, don't you?
Ben went on twisting his sou'wester. Eh? He said.
Have a cigarette,
said Fauvel, handing him the box. Ben glanced at Maxim and Frank.
All right, said Maxim. Take as many as you like.
Ben took 4 and stuck 2 behind each ear. Then he stood, twisting his cap again.
You know who I am, don't you? Repeated Fauvel.
Still Ben did not answer. Colonel Julien walked across to him.
You shall go home in a few moments, Ben, he said. No one is going to hurt you. We just want you to answer 1 or 2 questions. You know Mr. Fauvel, don't you?
This time Ben shook his head. I never seen un, he said.
Don't be a bloody fool, said Fauvel roughly. You know you've seen me. You've seen me go to the cottage on the beach, Mrs. De Winter's cottage. You've seen me there, haven't you?
No, said Ben. I never seen no one.
You damned half-witted liar, said Fauvel. Are you going to stand there and say you never saw me, last year, walk through those woods with Mrs. De Winter and go into the cottage? Didn't we catch you once, peering at us from the window?
Eh? Said Ben.
A convincing witness, said Colonel Julien sarcastically.
Fauvel swung round on him.
It's a put-up job, he said. Someone has got at this idiot, and bribed him too. I tell you, he's seen me scores of times. Here, will this make you remember?
He fumbled in his hip pocket and brought out a note case. He flourished a pound note in front of Ben.
Now, do you remember me?
He said. Ben shook his head. I never seen un, he said, and then he took hold of Frank's arm. Has he come here to take me to the asylum? He said.
No,
said Frank.
No, of course not, Ben.
I don't want to go to the asylum, said Ben. Them cruel to folk in there. I want to stay home. I done nothing.
That's all right, Ben, said Colonel Julien. No one's going to put you in the asylum. Are you quite sure you've never seen this man before?
No, said Ben. I've never seen un.
You remember Mrs. De Winter, don't you? Said Colonel Julien.
Ben glanced doubtfully towards me.
No,
said Colonel Julien gently.
Not this lady. The other lady, who used to go to the cottage.
Eh? Said Ben.
You remember the lady who had the boat?
Ben blinked his eyes. She's gone, he said.
Yes, we know that, said Colonel Julien. She used to sell the boat, didn't she? Were you on the beach when she sold the boat the last time? One evening, over 12 months ago, when she didn't come back again?
Ben twisted his sou'wester. He glanced at Frank and then at Maxim. Eh? He said.
You were there, weren't you?
Said Fauvel, leaning forward.
You saw Mrs. De Winter come down to the cottage. And presently you saw Mr. De Winter, too. He went into the cottage after her. What happened then? Go on, what happened?
Ben shrank back against the wall. "I see nothing," he said. "I want to stay home. I'm not going to the asylum. I never seen you. Never before. I never seen you and she in the woods." He began to blubber like a child.
"You crazy little rat,"
said Fauvel slowly.
"You bloody crazy little rat."
Ben was wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his coat.
"Your witness does not seem to have helped you,"
said Colonel Julian.
"The performance has been rather a waste of time, hasn't it? Do you want to ask him anything else?" "It's a plot,"
shouted Fauvel.
"A plot against me. You're all in it, every one of you. Someone's paid this half-wit, I tell you. Paid him to tell a string of dirty lies. I think Ben might be allowed to go home."
"All right, Ben," said Maxim. "Robert shall take you back, and no one will put you in the asylum. Don't be afraid. Tell Robert to find him something in the kitchen," he added to Frank. "Some cold meat, whatever he fancies."
"Payment for services rendered, eh?"
said Fauvel.
"He's done a good day's work for you, Max, hasn't he?"
Frank took Ben out of the room. Colonel Julian glanced at Maxim.
"The fellow appeared to be scared stiff,"
he said.
"He was shaking like a leaf. I was watching him. He's never been ill-treated, has he?"
"No," said Maxim. "He's perfectly harmless, and I've always let him have the run of the place."
"He's been frightened at some time,"
said Colonel Julian.
"He was showing the whites of his eyes, just like a dog does when you're going to whip him." "Well, why didn't you?"
said Fauvel.
"He'd have remembered me all right if you'd whipped him." "Oh, no. He's going to be given a good supper for his work tonight. Ben's not going to be whipped." "He has not helped your case, has he?"
said Colonel Julian quietly.
"We're still where we were. You can't produce one shred of evidence against De Winter, and you know it. The very motive you gave won't stand the test. In a court of law, Fauvel, you wouldn't have a leg to stand on. You say you were Mrs. De Winter's prospective husband, and that you held clandestine meetings with her in that cottage on the beach. Even the poor idiot we have just had in this room swears he never saw you. You can't even prove your own story, can you?"
"Can't I?" said Fauvel. I saw him smile. He came across to the fireplace and rang the bell.
"What are you doing?"
said Colonel Julian.
"Wait a moment and you'll see,"
said Fauvel. I guessed already what was going to happen. Frith answered the bell.
"Ask Mrs. Danvers to come here,"
said Fauvel. Frith glanced at Maxim. Maxim nodded shortly. Frith went out of the room.
"Isn't Mrs. Danvers the housekeeper?" said Colonel Julian. "She was also Rebecca's personal friend," said Fauvel. "She was with her for years before she married and practically brought her up. You are going to find Danny a very different sort of witness to Ben."
Frank came back into the room.
"Packed Ben off to bed,"
said Fauvel.
"Given him his supper and told him he was a good boy. This time it won't be quite so easy for the trade union." "Mrs. Danvers is coming down,"
said Colonel Julian.
"Fauvel seems to think he will get something out of her."
Frank glanced quickly at Maxim. Colonel Julian saw the glance. I saw his lips tighten. I did not like it. No, I did not like it. I began biting my nails. We all waited, watching the door, and Mrs. Danvers came into the room. Perhaps it was because I had generally seen her alone, and beside me she had seemed tall and gaunt. But she looked shrunken now in size, more wizened, and I noticed she had to look up to Fauvel and to Frank and to Maxim. She stood by the door, her hands folded in front of her, looking from one to the other of us.
"Good evening, Mrs. Danvers,"
said Colonel Julian. "Good evening, sir," she said. Her voice was that old, dead, mechanical one I had heard so often.
"First of all, Mrs. Danvers, I want to ask you a question,"
said Colonel Julian.
"And the question is this. Were you aware of the relationship between the late Mrs. De Winter and Mr. Favell here?"
"They were first cousins," said Mrs. Danvers.
"I was not referring to blood relationship, Mrs. Danvers,"
said Colonel Julian.
"I mean something closer than that."
"I'm afraid I don't understand, sir," said Mrs. Danvers.
"Oh, come off it, Danny,"
said Favell.
"You know damn well what he's driving at. I've told Colonel Julian already, but he doesn't seem to believe me. Rebecca and I had lived together off and on for years, hadn't we? She was in love with me, wasn't she?"
To my surprise, Mrs. Danvers considered him a moment without speaking, and there was something of scorn in the glance she gave him.
"She was not,"
she said.
"Listen here, you old fool,"
began Favell, but Mrs. Danvers cut him short. "She was not in love with you, or with Mr. De Winter. She was not in love with anyone. She despised all men. She was above all that." Favell flushed angrily.
"Listen here. Didn't she come down the path through the woods to meet me night after night? Didn't you wait up for her? Didn't she spend the weekends with me in London?"
"Well," said Mrs. Danvers, with sudden passion, "and what if she did? She had a right to amuse herself, hadn't she? Love-making was a game with her. Only a game. She told me so. She did it because it made her laugh. It made her laugh, I tell you. She laughed at you like she did at the rest. I've known her come back and sit upstairs in her bed and rock with laughter at the lot of you." There was something horrible in the sudden torrent of words, something horrible and unexpected. It revolted me, even though I knew. Maxim had gone very white. Favell stared at her blankly, as though he had not understood. Colonel Julian tugged at a small mustache. No one said anything for a few minutes, and there was no sound but that inevitable falling rain. Then Mrs. Danvers began to cry. She cried like she had done that morning in the bedroom. I could not look at her. I had to turn away. No one said anything. There were just the two sounds in the room, the falling rain and Mrs. Danvers crying. It made me want to scream. I wanted to run out of the room and scream and scream. No one moved towards her to say anything or to help her. She went on crying. Then at last, it seemed eternity, she began to control herself. Little by little, the crying ceased. She stood quite still, her face working, her hands clutching the black stuff of her frock. At last, she was silent again. Then, Colonel Julian spoke, quietly, slowly.
"Mrs. Danvers,"
he said,
"can you think of any reason, however remote, why Mrs. De Winter should have taken her own life?"
Mrs. Danvers swallowed. She went on clutching at her frock. She shook her head. "No," she said. "No."
"There, you see,"
Favell said swiftly.
"It's impossible. She knows that as well as I do. I've told you already." "Be quiet, will you?"
said Colonel Julian.
"Give Mrs. Danvers time to think. We all of us agree that on the face of it the thing's absurd, out of the question. I'm not disputing the truth or veracity of that note of yours. It's plain for us to see. She wrote you that note sometime during those hours she spent in London. There was something she wanted to tell you. It's just possible that if we knew what that something was, we might have the answer to the whole appalling problem. Let Mrs. Danvers read the note. She may be able to throw light on it."
Fauvel shrugged his shoulders. He felt in his pocket for the note and threw it on the floor at Mrs. Danvers' feet. She stooped and picked it up. We watched her lips move as she read the words. She read it twice. Then she shook her head. "It's no use," she said. "I don't know what she meant. If there was something important she had to tell Mr. Jack, she would have told me first."
"You never saw her that night?"
"No, I was out. I was spending the afternoon and evening in Kerith. I shall never forgive myself for that. Never till my dying day."
"Then you know of nothing on her mind. You can't suggest a solution, Mrs. Danvers. Those words, 'I have something to tell you,' do not convey anything to you at all."
"No," she answered. "No, sir, nothing at all."
"Does anybody know how she spent that day in London?"
Nobody answered. Maxim shook his head. Fauvel swore under his breath.
"Look here. She left that note at my flat at 3 in the afternoon,"
he said.
"The porter saw her. She must have driven down here straight after that. And gone like the wind, too."
"Mrs. De Winter had a hair appointment from 12 until 1:30, said Mrs. Danvers. "I remember that because I had to telephone through to London from here earlier in the week and book it for her. I remember doing it. 12 to 1:30. She always lunched at her club after a hair appointment so that she could leave the pins in her hair. It's almost certain she lunched there that day."
"Say it took her half an hour to have lunch. What was she doing from 2 until 3? We ought to verify that,"
said Colonel Julian.
"Oh, Christ Jesus! Who the hell cares what she was doing?"
shouted Fauvel.
"She didn't kill herself. That's the only thing that matters, isn't it?"
"I've got her engagement diary locked in my room," said Mrs. Danvers slowly. "I kept all those things. Mr. De Winter never asked me for them. It's just possible she may have noted down her appointments for that day. She was methodical in that way. She used to put everything down and then tick the items off with a cross. If you think it would be helpful, I'll go and fetch the diary."
"Well, De Winter,"
said Colonel Julian.
"what do you say? Do you mind us seeing this diary?"
"Of course not," said Maxim. "Why on earth should I?" Once again, I saw Colonel Julian give him that swift, curious glance. And this time Frank noticed it. I saw Frank look at Maxim too, and then back again to me. This time it was I who got up and went towards the window. It seemed to me that it was no longer raining quite so hard. The fury was spent. The rain that was falling now had a quieter, softer note. The gray light of evening had come into the sky. The lawns were dark and drenched with the heavy rain, and the trees had a shrouded, humped appearance. I could hear the housemaid overhead drawing the curtains for the night, shutting down the windows that had not been closed already. The little routine of the day going on inevitably as it had always done. The curtains drawn, shoes taken down to be cleaned, the towel laid out on the chair in the bathroom, and the water run from my bath. Beds turned down, slippers put beneath a chair, and here we were in the library, none of us speaking, knowing in our hearts that Maxim was standing trial here for his life. I turned round when I heard the soft closing of the door. It was Mrs. Danvers. She had come back again with the diary in her hand. "I was right," she said quietly. "She had marked down the engagements as I said she would. Here they are and the date she died." She opened the diary, a small red leather book. She gave it to Colonel Julian. Once more he brought his spectacles from his case. There was a long pause while he glanced down the page. It seemed to me then that there was something about that particular moment, when he looked at the page of the diary, and we stood waiting, that frightened me more than anything that had happened that evening. I dug my nails in my hands. I could not look at Maxim. Surely Colonel Julian must hear my heart beating and thumping in my breast.
"Ah,"
he said. His finger was in the middle of the page. Something is going to happen, I thought. Something terrible is going to happen.
"Yes,"
he said.
"Yes, here it is. Hair at 12, as Mrs. Danvers said, and a cross beside it. She kept her appointment then. Lunch at the club, and a cross beside that. What have we here, though? Baker, 2 o'clock. Who is Baker?"
He looked at Maxim. Maxim shook his head. Then at Mrs. Danvers.
"Baker,"
repeated Mrs. Danvers. She knew no one called Baker. I've never heard the name before.
"Well, here it is,"
said Colonel Julian, handing her the diary.
"You can see for yourself, Baker, and she's put a great cross beside it, as though she wanted to break the pencil. She evidently saw this Baker, whoever he may have been."
Mrs. Danvers was staring at the name written in the diary and the black cross beside it. "Baker," she said. "Baker."
"I believe if we knew who Baker was, we'd be getting to the bottom of this whole business,"
said Colonel Julian.
"She wasn't in the hands of money-lenders, was she?"
Mrs. Danvers looked at him with scorn.
"Mrs. De Winter?" she said. "Well, blackmailers, perhaps?"
said Colonel Julian, with a glance at Fauvel. Mrs. Danvers shook her head. "Baker," she repeated. "Baker."
She had no enemy? No one who had ever threatened her? No one she was afraid of?
Mrs. De Winter afraid? said Mrs. Danvers. She was afraid of nothing and no one. There was only one thing ever worried her, and that was the idea of getting old, of illness, of dying in her bed. She has told me a score of times, "When I go, Danny, I want to go quickly, like the snuffing out of a candle." That used to be the only thing that consoled me after she died. They say drowning is painless, don't they? She looked searchingly at Colonel Julian. He did not answer. He hesitated, tugging at his mustache. I saw him throw another glance at Maxim.
"What's the hell the use of all of this?"
said Fauvel, coming forward.
"We're striking away from the point the whole bloody time. Who cares about this Baker fellow? What's he got to do with it? It was probably some damn merchant who sold stockings or face cream. If he had been anyone important, Danny here would know him. Rebecca had no secrets from Danny."
But I was watching Mrs. Danvers. She had the book in her hands and was turning the leaves. Suddenly, she gave an exclamation. "There's something here," she said, "right at the back, among the telephone numbers. Baker. And there's a number beside it, 0488, but there is no exchange."
"Brilliant, Danny,"
said Fauvel.
"Becoming quite a sleuth in your old age, aren't you? But you're just 12 months too late. If you'd done this a year ago, there might have been some use in it." "That's his number, all right,"
said Colonel Julian.
0488, and the name Baker beside it. Why didn't she put the exchange? "Try every exchange in London,"
jeered Fauvel.
"It will take you through the night, but we don't mind. Max doesn't care if his telephone bill is £100, do you, Max? You want to play for time, and so should I, if I were in your shoes." "There is a mark beside the number, but it might mean anything," said Colonel Julian. "Take a look at it, Mrs. Danvers. Could it possibly be an M?"
Mrs. Danvers took the diary in her hands again. "It might be," she said doubtfully. "It's not like her usual M, but she may have scribbled it in a hurry. Yes, it might be M."
"Mayfair 0488,
said Fauvel.
"What a genius! What a brain!"
"Well," said Maxim, lighting his first cigarette, "something had better be done about it. Frank?"
Go through and ask the exchange for Mayfair 0488.
The nagging pain was strong beneath my heart. I stood quite still, my hands by my side. Maxim did not look at me.
Go on, Frank, he said. What are you waiting for?
Frank went through to the little room beyond. We waited while he called the exchange. In a moment he was back again.
They're going to ring me,
he said quietly. Colonel Julian clasped his hands behind his back and began walking up and down the room. No one said anything. After about 4 minutes, the telephone rang shrill and insistent, that irritating, monotonous note of a long-distance call. Frank went through to answer it.
Is that Mayfair 0488?
He said.
Can you tell me if anyone of the name of Baker lives there? Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. Yes, I must have got the wrong number. Thank you very much.
The little click as he replaced the receiver. Then he came back into the room.
Someone called Lady Eastley lives at Mayfair 0488. It's an address in Grosvenor Street. They've never heard of Baker.
Fauvel gave a great cackle of laughter.
The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. They all jumped out of a rotten potato,
he said.
Carry on, Detective Number 1. What's the next exchange on the list?
Try museum, said Mrs. Danvers. Frank glanced at Maxim.
Go ahead,
said Maxim. The farce was repeated all over again. Colonel Julian repeated his walk up and down the room. Another 5 minutes went by, and the telephone rang again. Frank went to answer it. He left the door wide open. I could see him lean down to the table where the telephone stood and bend to the mouthpiece.
Hello, is that Museum 0488? Can you tell me if anyone of the name of Baker lives there?
Oh, who is that speaking?
A night porter, yes. Yes, I understand. Not offices. No, of course. Can you give me the address? Yes, it's rather important.
He paused. He called to us over his shoulder.
I think we've got him,
he said. Oh God, don't let it be true. Don't let Baker be found. Please, God, make Baker be dead. I knew who Baker was. I had known all along. I watched Frank through the door. I watched him lean forward suddenly, reach for a pencil and a piece of paper.
Hello. Yes, I'm still here. Could you spell it? Thank you. Thank you very much. Good night.
He came back into the room, the piece of paper in his hands. Frank, who loved Maxim, who did not know that the piece of paper he held was the one shred of evidence that was worth a damn in the whole nightmare of our evening, and that by producing it, he could destroy Maxim as well, and truly, as though he had a dagger in his hand and stabbed him in the back.
It was the night porter from an address in Bloomsbury,
he said.
There are no residents there at all. The place is used during the day as doctors' consulting rooms. Apparently Baker's given up practice and left 6 months ago, but we can get hold of him all right. The night porter gave me his address. I wrote it down on this piece of paper.
Chapter 25. It was then that Maxim looked at me. He looked at me for the first time that evening, and in his eyes I read a message of farewell. It was as though he leant against the side of a ship, and I stood below him on the quay. There would be other people touching his shoulder and touching mine, but we would not see them, nor would we speak or call to one another, for the wind and the distance would carry away the sound of our voices. But I should see his eyes, and he would see mine, before the ship drew away from the side of the quay. Fauvel, Mrs. Danvers, Colonel Julian, Frank with a slip of paper in his hands. They were all forgotten at this moment. It was ours, inviolate, a fraction of time suspended between 2 seconds And then he turned away and held out his hand to Frank.
"Well done,"
he said.
"What's the address?" "Somewhere near Barnet, south of London,"
said Frank, giving him the paper.
"But it's not on the telephone. We can't ring him up." "Satisfactory work, Crawley,"
said Colonel Julian.
"And from you too, Mrs. Danvers. Can you throw any light on the matter now?"
Mrs. Danvers shook her head. Mrs. De Winter never needed a doctor. Like all strong people, she despised them. We only had Dr. Phillips from Carith here once. That time she sprained her wrist. I've never heard her speak of this Dr. Baker. She never mentioned his name to me.
"I tell you, the fellow was a face cream mixer,"
said Favell.
"What the hell does it matter who he was? If there was anything to it, Danny would know. I tell you, it's some fool fellow who had discovered a new way of bleaching the hair or whitening the skin, and Rebecca had probably got the address from her hairdresser that morning and went along after lunch out of curiosity."
"No," said Frank.
"I think you're wrong there. Baker wasn't a quack. The night porter at Museum 0488 told me he was a very well-known women's specialist."
Said Colonel Julian, pulling at his mustache.
"There must have been something wrong with her after all. It seems very curious that she did not say a word to anybody, not even to you, Mrs. Danvers." "She was too thin,"
said Favell.
"I told her about it, but she only laughed. Said it suited her. Banting, I suppose, like all these women. Perhaps she went to this old chap Baker for a diet sheet." "Do you think that's possible, Mrs. Danvers?"
asked Colonel Julian. Mrs. Danvers shook her head slowly. She seemed dazed, bewildered by the sudden news about Baker. "I can't understand it," she said. "I don't know what it means. Baker. A Dr. Baker. Why didn't she tell me? Why did she keep it from me? She told me everything."
"Perhaps she didn't want to worry you,"
said Colonel Julian.
"No doubt she made an appointment with him and saw him, and then, when she came down that night, she was going to have told you all about it."
"And the note to Mr. Jack," said Mrs. Danvers suddenly. "That note to Mr. Jack. I have something to tell you. I must see you. She was going to tell him too?"
"That's true,"
said Favell slowly.
"We were forgetting the note."
Once more he pulled it out of his pocket and read it to us aloud. "I've got something to tell you, and I want to see you as soon as possible. Rebecca."
"Of course, there's no doubt about it,"
said Colonel Julian, turning to Maxim.
"I wouldn't mind betting £1,000 on it. She was going to tell Favell the rest of that interview with this Dr. Baker." "I believe you're right after all,"
said Favell.
"The note and that appointment seem to hang together. But what the hell was it all about? That's what I want to know. What was the matter with her?"
The truth screamed in their faces, and they did not see. They all stood there, staring at one another, and they did not understand. I dared not look at them. I dared not move, lest I betray my knowledge. Maxim said nothing. He had gone back to the window and was looking out into the garden that was hushed and dark and still. The rain had ceased at last, but the spots fell from the dripping leaves and from the gutter above the window.
"It ought to be quite easy to verify,"
said Frank.
"Here's the doctor's present address. I can write him a letter and ask him if he remembers an appointment last year with Mrs. De Winter." "I don't know if he would take any notice of it,"
said Colonel Julian.
"There is so much of this etiquette in the medical profession. Every case is confidential, you know. The only way to get anything out of him would be to get De Winter to see him privately and explain the circumstances. What do you say, De Winter?"
Maxim turned round from the window. "I'm ready to do whatever you care to suggest," he said quietly.
"Anything for time, eh?"
said Favell.
"A lot can be done in 24 hours, can't it? Trains can be caught, ships can sail, aeroplanes can fly.
I saw Mrs. Danvers look sharply from Fauvel to Maxim, and I realized then, for the first time, that Mrs. Danvers had not known about Fauvel's accusation. At last she was beginning to understand. I could tell from the expression on her face. There was doubt written on it, then wonder and hatred mixed, and then conviction. Once again, those lean, long hands of hers clutched convulsively at her dress, and she passed her tongue over her lips. She went on staring at Maxim. She never took her eyes away from Maxim. It's too late, I thought. She can't do anything to us now. The harm is done. It does not matter what she says to us now, or what she does. The harm is done. She can't hurt us any more. Maxim did not notice her, or if he did, he gave no sign. He was talking to Colonel Julien.
"What do you suggest?"
he said.
"Shall I go up in the morning? Drive to this address at Barnet? I can wire Baker to expect me." "He's not going alone," said Fauvel, with a short laugh. "I have a right to insist on that, haven't I? Send him up with Inspector Welch, and I won't object."
If only Mrs. Danvers would take her eyes away from Maxim. Frank had seen her now. He was watching her, puzzled, anxious. I saw him glance once more at the slip of paper in his hands, on which he had written Dr. Baker's address. Then he too glanced at Maxim. I believed then that some faint idea of the truth began to force itself to his conscience, for he went very white and put the paper down on the table.
"I don't think there is any necessity to bring Inspector Welch into the affair, yet,"
said Colonel Julien. His voice was different, harder. I did not like the way he used the word yet. Why must he use it at all? I did not like it.
"If I go with De Winter and stay with him the whole time and bring him back, will that satisfy you?"
he said. Fauvel looked at Maxim, and then at Colonel Julien. The expression on his face was ugly, calculating, and there was something of triumph, too, in his light blue eyes.
"Yes,"
he said slowly.
"Yes, I suppose so. But for safety's sake, do you mind if I come with you too?" "No,"
said Colonel Julien.
"Unfortunately, I think you have the right to ask that. But if you do come, I have the right to insist on your being sober." "You needn't worry about that,"
said Fauvel, beginning to smile.
"I'll be sober all right. Sober as the judge will be when he sentences Max in 3 months' time. I rather think this Dr. Baker is going to prove my case, after all."
He looked around at each one of us and began to laugh. I think he too had understood at last the significance of that visit to the doctor.
"Well,"
he said,
"what time are we going to start in the morning?"
Colonel Julien looked at Maxim.
"How early can you be ready?"
"Any time you say," said Maxim.
9 o'clock?
"Yes," said Maxim.
"How do we know he won't do a bolt in the night?"
said Fauvel.
"He's only to cut round to the garage and get his car."
"Is my word enough for you?" said Maxim, turning to Colonel Julien. And for the first time, Colonel Julien hesitated. I saw him glance at Frank, and a flush came over Maxim's face. I saw the little pulse beating on his forehead. "Mrs. Danvers," he said slowly, "when Mrs. De Winter and I go to bed tonight, will you come up yourself and lock the door on the outside, and call us yourself at 7 in the morning?" "Yes, sir," said Mrs. Danvers. Still she kept her eyes on him. Still her hands clutched at her dress.
"Very well, then,"
said Colonel Julien brusquely.
"I don't think there is anything else we need to discuss tonight. I shall be here sharp at 9 in the morning. You will have room for me in your car, De Winter?"
"Yes," said Maxim.
"And Fauvel will follow us in his?" "Right on your tail, my dear fellow, right on your tail,"
said Fauvel. Colonel Julien came up to me and took my hand.
"Good night,"
he said.
You know how I feel for you in all this. There's no need for me to tell you. Get your husband to bed early if you can. It's going to be a long day."
He held my hand a minute, and then he turned away. It was curious how he avoided my eye. He looked at my chin. Frank held the door for him as he went out. Favel leant forward and filled his case with cigarettes from the box on the table.
"I suppose I'm not going to be asked to stop to dinner,"
he said. Nobody answered. He lit one of the cigarettes and blew a cloud of smoke into the air.
"It means a quiet evening at the pub on the high road then,"
he said.
"And the barmaid has a squint. What a hell of a night I'm going to spend. Never mind. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Good night, Danny, old lady. Don't forget to turn the key and Mr. De Winter, will you?"
He came over to me and held out his hand. Like a foolish child, I put my hands behind my back. He laughed and bowed.
"It's just too bad, isn't it?"
he said.
"A nasty man like me, coming and spoiling all your fun. Don't worry. It will be a great thrill for you when the yellow press gets going with your life story. And you see the headlines. From Monte Carlo to Manderley. Experiences of murderer's girl bride. Written across the top. Better luck next time."
He strolled across the room to the door, waving his hand to Maxim by the window.
"So long, old man,"
he said.
"Pleasant dreams. Make the most of your night behind that locked door."
He turned and laughed at me, and then he went out of the room. Mrs. Danvers followed him. Maxim and I were alone. He went on standing by the window. He did not come to me. Jasper came trotting in from the hall. He had been shut outside all evening. He came fussing up to me, biting the edge of my skirt. "I'm coming with you in the morning," I said to Maxim. "I'm coming up to London with you in the car." He did not answer for a moment. He went on looking out of the window. Then, "Yes," he said, his voice without expression. "Yes, we must go on being together." Frank came back into the room. He stood in the entrance, his hand on the door. "They've gone," he said. "Favel and Colonel Julian. I watched them go." "All right, Frank," said Maxim. "Is there anything I can do?" said Frank. "Anything at all. Wire to anyone, arrange anything. I'll stay up all night if only there's anything I can do. I'll get that wire off to Baker, of course." "Don't worry," said Maxim. "There's nothing for you to do, yet. There may be plenty after tomorrow. We can go into all of that when the time comes. Tonight, we want to be together. You understand, don't you?" "Yes," said Frank. "Yes, of course." He waited a moment, his hand on the door. "Good night," he said. "Good night," said Maxim. When he had gone and shut the door behind him, Maxim came over to me, where I was standing by the fireplace. I held out my arms to him, and he came to me like a child. I put my arms round him and held him. We did not say anything for a long time. I held him and comforted him as though he were Jasper, as though Jasper had hurt himself in some way, and he had come to me to take his pain away. "We can sit together," he said, "driving up in the car." "Yes." "Julian won't mind." "No." "We shall have tomorrow night too," he said. "They won't do anything at once, not for 24 hours perhaps." "No," I said. "They aren't so strict now," he said. "They let one see people, and it all takes such a long time. If I can, I shall try and get a hold of Hastings. He's the best. Hastings or Burkett. Hastings used to know my father." "Yes," I said. "I shall have to tell him the truth," he said. "It makes it easier for them. They know where they are." "Yes," I said. The door opened and Frith came into the room. I pushed Maxim away. I stood up straight and conventional, patting my hair into place. "Will you be changing, madam, or shall I serve dinner at once?" No, Frith, we won't be changing, not tonight, I said.
Very good, madam,
he said. He left the door open. Robert came in and began drawing the curtains. He arranged the cushions, straightened the sofa, tidied the books and papers on the table. He took away the whiskey and soda and the dirty ashtrays. I had seen him do these things as a ritual every evening I had spent at Manderley, but tonight they seemed to take on a special significance, as though the memory of them would last forever, and I would say, long after, and some other time, I remember this moment. Then Frith came in and told us that dinner was ready. I remember every detail of that evening. I remember the ice-cold consomme in the cups, and the fillets of sole, and the hot shoulder of lamb. I remember the burnt sugar sweet, the sharp savory that followed. We had new candles in the silver candlesticks. They looked white and slim and very tall. The curtains had been drawn here too, against the dull gray evening. It seemed strange to be sitting in the dining room and not look out onto the lawns. It was like the beginning of autumn. It was while we were drinking our coffee in the library that the telephone rang. This time it was I who answered it. I heard Beatrice speaking at the other end.
Is that you?
She said.
I've been trying to get through all evening. Twice it was engaged.
I'm so sorry, I said. So very sorry.
We had the evening papers about 2 hours ago, she said, and the verdict was a frightful shock to both Giles and myself. What does Maxim say about it?
I think it was a shock to everybody, I said.
But my dear, the thing is preposterous. Why on earth should Rebecca have committed suicide? The most unlikely person in the world. There must have been a blunder somewhere.
I don't know, I said.
What does Maxim say? Where is he?
She said. People have been here, I said. Colonel Julian and others. Maxim is very tired. We're going up to London tomorrow.
What on earth for?
Something to do with the verdict. I can't very well explain.
You ought to get it quashed, she said. It's ridiculous, quite ridiculous, and so bad for Maxim. All this frightful publicity. It's going to reflect on him.
Yes, I said.
Surely Colonel Julian can do something, she said. He's a magistrate. What are magistrates for? Old Horridge from Lanyon must have been off his head. What was her motive supposed to be? It's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Someone ought to get a hold of Tab. How can he tell whether those holes in the boat were made deliberately or not? Giles said of course it must have been the rocks.
They seem to think not, I said.
If only I could have been there, she said. I should have insisted on speaking. No one seems to have made any effort. Is Maxim very upset?
He's tired, I said. More tired than anything else.
I wish I could come up to London and join you, she said. But I don't see how I can. Roger has a temperature of 103, poor old boy. And the nurse we've got in is a perfect idiot. He loathes her. I can't possibly leave him.
Of course not, I said. You mustn't attempt it.
Whereabouts in London will you be?
I don't know, I said. It's all rather vague.
Tell Maxim he must try and do something to get that verdict altered. It's so bad for the family. I'm telling everybody here it's absolutely wicked. Rebecca would never have killed herself. She wasn't the type. I've got a good mind to write to that coroner myself.
It's too late, I said. Much better to leave it. It won't do any good.
The stupidity of it gets my goat, she said. Giles and I think it much more likely that if those holes weren't done by the rocks, they were done deliberately by some tramp or other. A communist, perhaps. There are heaps of them about, just the sort of thing a communist would do.
Maxim called to me from the library.
Can't you get rid of her? What on earth is she talking about?
Beatrice, I said desperately, I'll try and ring you up from London."
"Is it any good my tackling Dick Godolphin?" she said. "He's your MP. I know him very well, much better than Maxim does. He was at Oxford with Giles. Ask Maxim whether he would like me to telephone Dick and see if he can do anything to quash the verdict. Ask Maxim what he thinks of this communist idea."
"It's no use," I said. "It can't do any good. Please, Beatrice, don't try and do anything. It will make it worse, much worse. Rebecca may have had some motive we don't know anything about, and I don't think communists go ramming holes in boats. What would be the use? Please, Beatrice, leave it alone." Oh, thank God she had not been with us today. Thank God for that at least. Something was buzzing in the telephone. I heard Beatrice shouting, "Hello, hello, don't cut us off, exchange." And then there was a click and silence. I went back into the library, limp and exhausted. In a few minutes, the telephone began ringing again. I did not do anything. I let it ring. I went and sat down at Maxim's feet. It went on ringing. I did not move. Presently it stopped, as though cut suddenly in exasperation. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 10 o'clock. Maxim put his arms round me and lifted me against him. We began to kiss one another, feverishly, desperately, like guilty lovers who have not kissed before. Chapter 26. When I awoke the next morning, just after 6 o'clock, and got up and went to the window, there was a foggy dew upon the grass like frost, and the trees were shrouded in a white mist. There was a chill in the air, and a little fresh wind, and the cold, quiet smell of autumn. As I knelt by the window, looking down onto the rose garden, where the flowers themselves drooped upon their stalks, the petals brown and dragging after last night's rain, the happenings of the day before seemed remote and unreal. Here at Manderley, a new day was starting. The things of the garden were not concerned with our troubles. A blackbird ran across the rose garden to the lawns in swift, short rushes, stopping now and again to stab at the earth with his yellow beak. A thrush, too, went about his business, and two stout little wagtails, following one another, and a little cluster of twittering sparrows. A gull poised himself high in the air, silent and alone, and then spread his wings wide and swooped beyond the lawns to the woods and the happy valley. These things continued. Our worries and anxieties had no power to alter them. Soon the gardeners would be astir, brushing the first leaves from the lawns and the paths, raking the gravel in the drive. Pails would clank in the courtyard behind the house. The hose would be turned on the car. The little scullery maid would begin to chatter through the open door to the men in the yard. There would be the crisp, hot smell of bacon. The housemaids would open up the house, throw wide the windows, draw back the curtains. The dogs would crawl from their baskets, yawn and stretch themselves, wander out onto the terrace, and blink at the first struggles of the pale sun coming through the mist. Robert would lay the table for breakfast, bring in those piping scones, the clutch of eggs, the glass dishes of honey, jam, and marmalade, the bowl of peaches, the cluster of purple grapes with the bloom upon them still, hot from the greenhouses, maid sweeping in the morning room, the drawing room, the fresh clean air pouring into the long open windows, smoke curling from the chimneys, and little by little the autumn mist fading away, and the trees and the banks and the woods taking shape, the glimmer of the sea showing with the sun upon it below the valley, the beacon standing tall and straight upon the headland, the peace of Manderley, the quietude and the grace. Whoever lived within its walls whatever trouble there was and strife, however much uneasiness and pain, no matter what tears were shed, what sorrows borne, the peace of Manderley could not be broken, or the loveliness destroyed. The flowers that died would bloom again another year. The same birds build their nests, the same trees blossom. The old quiet moss smell would linger in the air, and bees would come, and crickets, and herons build their nests in the deep dark woods. The butterflies would dance their merry jig across the lawns, and spiders spin foggy webs, and small, startled rabbits who had no business to come trespassing poke their faces through the crowded shrubs. There would be lilac and honeysuckle still, and the white magnolia buds unfolding, slow and tight, beneath the dining room window. No one would ever hurt Manderley. It would lie always in a hollow, like an enchanted thing, guarded by the woods, safe, secure, while the sea broke and ran and came again in the little shingle bays below. Maxim slept on, and I did not wake him. The day ahead of us would be a weary thing and long. High roads and telegraph poles, and the monotony of passing traffic, the slow crawl into London. We did not know what we should find at the end of our journey. The future was unknown. Somewhere to the north of London lived a man called Baker, who had never heard of us, but he held our future in the hollow of his hand. Soon he too would be waking, stretching, yawning, going about the business of his day. I got up and went into the bathroom and began to run my bath. These actions held for me the same significance as Robert and his clearing of the library had the night before. I had done these things before mechanically, but now I was aware as I dropped my sponge into the water, as I spread my towel on the chair from the hot rail, as I lay back and let the water run over my body. Every moment was a precious thing, having in it the essence of finality. When I went back to the bedroom and began to dress, I heard a soft footstep come and pause outside the door, and the key turned quietly in the lock. There was silence a moment, and then the footsteps went away. It was Mrs. Danvers. She had not forgotten. I had heard the same sound the night before after we had come up from the library. She had not knocked upon the door. She had not made herself known. There was just the sound of footsteps and the turning of the key in the lock. It brought me to reality and the facing of the immediate future. I finished dressing and went and turned on Maxim's bath. Presently Clarice came in with our tea. I woke Maxim. He stared at me at first like a puzzled child, and then he held out his arms. We drank our tea. He got up and went to his bath, and I began putting things methodically in my suitcase. It might be that we should have to stay in London. I packed the brushes Maxim had given me, a nightdress, my dressing gown and slippers, and another dress too and a pair of shoes. My dressing case looked unfamiliar as I dragged it from the back of a wardrobe. It seemed so long since I had used it, and yet it was only 4 months ago. It still had the customs mark upon it they had chalked at Calais, and one of the pockets was a concert ticket from the casino in Monte Carlo. I crumpled it and threw it into the wastepaper basket. It might have belonged to another age, another world. My bedroom began to take on the appearance of all the rooms when the owner goes away. The dressing table was bare without my brushes. There was tissue paper lying on the floor, and an old label. The beds, where we had slept, had a terrible emptiness about them. The towels lay crumpled on the bathroom floor. The wardrobe doors gaped open. I put on my hat so that I should not have to come up again, and I took my bag and my gloves and my suitcase. I glanced around the room to see if there was anything I had forgotten. The mist was breaking. The sun was forcing its way through and throwing patterns on the carpet. When I was halfway down the passage, I had a curious, inexplicable feeling that I must go back and look in my room again. I went without reason and stood a moment, looking at the gaping wardrobe and the empty bed and the tray of tea upon the table. I stared at them, impressing them forever on my mind, wondering why they had the power to touch me, to sadden me, as though they were children that did not want me to go away. Then I turned and went downstairs to breakfast. It was cold in the dining room, the sun not yet on the windows, and I was grateful for the scalding bitter coffee and heartening bacon. Maxim and I ate in silence. Now and again he glanced at the clock. I heard Robert put the suitcases in the hall with the rug, and presently there was the sound of the car being brought to the door. I went out and stood on the terrace. The rain had cleared the air, and the grass smelt fresh and sweet. When the sun was higher, it would be a lovely day. I thought how we might have wandered in the valley before lunch, and then sat out afterwards under the chestnut tree with books and papers. I closed my eyes a minute and felt the warmth of the sun on my face and on my hands. I heard Maxim calling to me from the house. I went back, and Frith helped me into my coat. I heard the sound of another car. It was Frank.
"Colonel Julian is waiting at the lodge gates," he said. "He did not think it worthwhile to drive up to the house." "No," said Maxim. "I'll stand by in the office all day and wait for you to telephone," said Frank. "After you've seen Baker, you may find you want me up in London." "Yes," said Maxim. "Yes, perhaps." "It's just 9 now," said Frank. "You're up to time. It's going to be fine, too. You should have a good run." "Yes." "I hope you won't get overtired, Mrs. De Winter," he said to me. "It's going to be a long day for you."
"I shall be all right," I said. I looked at Jasper, who was standing by my feet, with ears drooping and sad, reproachful eyes. "Take Jasper back with you to the office," I said. "He looks so miserable."
"Yes," he said. "Yes, I will." "We'd better be off," said Maxim. "Old Julian will be getting impatient. All right, Frank." I climbed in the car beside Maxim. Frank slammed the door. "You will telephone, won't you?" he said. "Yes, of course," said Maxim. I looked back at the house. Frith was standing at the top of the steps, and Robert just behind. My eyes filled with tears for no reason. I turned away and groped with my bag on the floor of the car so that nobody should see. Then Maxim started up the car, and we swept round and into the drive, and the house was hidden. We stopped at the lodge gates and picked up Colonel Julian. He got in at the back. He looked doubtful when he saw me. "It's going to be a long day," he said. "I don't think you should have attempted it. I would have taken care of your husband, you know." "I wanted to come," I said. He did not say any more about it. He settled himself in the corner. "It's fine. That's one thing," he said. "Yes," said Maxim. "That fellow Favel said he would pick us up at the crossroads. If he's not there, don't attempt to wait. We'd do much better without him. I hope the damn fellow has overslept himself." When we came to the crossroads, though, I saw the long green body of his car, and my heart sank. I had thought he might not be on time. Favel was sitting at the wheel, hatless, a cigarette in his mouth. He grinned when he saw us, and waved us on. I settled down in my seat for the journey ahead, one hand on Maxim's knee. The hours passed, and the miles were covered. I watched the road ahead in a kind of stupor. Colonel Julian slept at the back from time to time. I turned occasionally and saw his head loll against the cushions and his mouth open.
The green car kept close beside us. Sometimes it shot ahead, sometimes it dropped behind, but we never lost it. At one, we stopped for lunch at one of those inevitable old-fashioned hotels in the main street of a county town. Colonel Julian waited through the whole set lunch, starting with soup and fish and going on to roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Maxim and I had cold ham and coffee. I half expected Fauvel to wander into the dining room and join us, but when he came out to the car again, I saw his car had been drawn up outside a cafe on the opposite side of the road. He must have seen us from the window, for 3 minutes after we had started, he was on our tail again. We came to the suburbs of London about 3 o'clock. It was then that I began to feel tired. The noise and the traffic blocks started a humming in my head. It was warm in London, too. The streets had that worn, dusty look of August, and the leaves hung listless on dull trees. Our storm must have been local. There had been no rain here. People were walking about in cotton frocks, and the men were hatless. There was a smell of waste paper, and orange peel, and feet, and burnt dried grass. Buses lumbered slowly, and taxis crawled. I felt as though my coat and skirt were sticking to me, and my stockings pricked my skin. Colonel Julian sat up and looked out through his window.
"They've had no rain here,"
he said.
"No,"
said Maxim.
"Looks as though the place needed it, too."
"Yes."
"We haven't succeeded in shaking Fauvel off. He's still on our tail."
"Yes." Shopping centers on the outskirts seemed congested. Tired women with crying babies in prams stared into windows. Hawkers shouted. Small boys hung onto the backs of lorries. There were too many people, too much noise. The very air was irritable and exhausted and spent. The drive through London seemed endless, and by the time we had drawn clear again and were out beyond Hampstead, there was a sound in my head like the beating of a drum, and my eyes were burning. I wondered how tired Maxim was. He was pale, and there were shadows under his eyes, but he did not say anything. Colonel Julian kept yawning at the back. He opened his mouth very wide and yawned aloud, sighing heavily afterwards. He would do this every few minutes. I felt a senseless, stupid irritation come over me, and I did not know how to prevent myself from turning round and screaming to him to stop. Once we had passed Hampstead, he drew out a large-scale map from his coat pocket and began directing Maxim to Barnet. The way was clear, and there were signposts to tell us, but he kept pointing out every turn and twist in the road, and if there was any hesitation on Maxim's part, Colonel Julian would turn down the window and call for information from a passer-by. When we came to Barnet itself, he made Maxim stop every few minutes.
"Can you tell us where a house called Roselands is? It belongs to a Dr. Baker who's retired and come to live there lately."
And the passer-by would stand frowning a moment, obviously at sea, ignorance written plain upon his face.
"Dr. Baker, I don't know a Dr. Baker. There used to be a house called Rose Cottage near the church, but a Mrs. Wilson lives there." "No, it's Roselands we want. Dr. Baker's house,"
said Colonel Julian, and then we would go on and stop again in front of a nurse and a pram.
"Can you tell us where Roselands is?"
"I'm sorry, I'm afraid I've only just come to live here."
"You don't know a Dr. Baker?"
"Dr. Davidson, I know Dr. Davidson."
"No, it's Dr. Baker we want."
I glanced up at Maxim. He was looking very tired. His mouth was set hard. Behind us crawled Fauvel, his green car covered in dust. It was a postman who pointed out the house in the end. A square house, ivy-covered, with no name on the gate, which we had already passed twice. Mechanically, I reached for my bag and dabbed my face with the end of the powder puff. Maxim drew up outside at the side of the road. He did not take the car into the short drive. We sat silently for a few minutes.
"Well, "Here we are,"
said Colonel Julian.
"and it's exactly 12 minutes past 5. We shall catch them in the middle of their tea. Better wait for a bit."
Maxim lit a cigarette and then stretched out his hand to me. He did not speak. I heard Colonel Julian crinkling his map.
"We could have come right across without touching London,"
he said.
"Saved us 40 minutes, I dare say. We made good time the first 200 miles.
An errand boy passed us, whistling on his bicycle. A motor coach stopped at the corner, and 2 women got out. Somewhere, a church clock chimed the quarter. I could see Favel leaning back in his car behind us and smoking a cigarette. I seemed to have no feeling in me at all. I just sat and watched the little things that did not matter. The 2 women from the bus walk along the road. The errand boy disappears round the corner. A sparrow hops about in the middle of the road, pecking at dirt.
"This fellow Baker can't be much of a gardener,"
said Colonel Julian.
"Look at those shrubs tumbling over his wall. They ought to have been pruned right back."
He folded up the map and put it back in his pocket.
"Funny sort of place to choose to retire in,"
he said.
"Close to the main road and overlooked by other houses. Shouldn't care about it myself. I dare say it was quite pretty once, before they started building. No doubt there is a good golf course somewhere handy."
He was silent for a while. Then he opened the door and stood out in the road.
"Well, De Winter,"
he said.
"what do you think about it?"
"I'm ready," said Maxim. We got out of the car. Favel strolled up to meet us.
"What were you all waiting for? Cold feet?"
he said. Nobody answered him. We walked up the drive to the front door. A strange, incongruous little party. I caught sight of a tennis lawn beyond the house, and I heard the thud of balls. A boy's voice shouted, 40-15, not 30 all. Don't you remember hitting it out, you silly?"
"They must have finished tea,"
said Colonel Julian. He hesitated a moment, glancing at Maxim. Then he rang the bell. It tinkled somewhere in the back premises. There was a long pause. A very young maid opened the door to us. She looked startled at the sight of so many of us.
"Dr. Baker?"
said Colonel Julian. "Yes, sir, will you come in?" She opened the door on the left of the hall as we went in. It would be the drawing room, not used much in the summer. There was a portrait of a very plain dark woman on the wall. I wondered if it was Mrs. Baker. The chintz covers on the chairs and on the sofa were new and shiny. On the mantelpiece were photographs of 2 schoolboys with round, smiling faces. There was a very large wireless in the corner of the room by the window. Cords trailed from it, and bits of aerial. Favel examined the portrait on the wall. Colonel Julian went and stood by the empty fireplace. Maxim and I looked out of the window. I could see a deck chair under a tree, and the back of a woman's head. The tennis court must be round the corner. I could hear the boys shouting to each other. A very old Scotch terrier was scratching himself in the middle of the path. We waited there for about 5 minutes. It was as though I was living the life of some other person and had come to this house to call for a subscription to a charity. It was unlike anything I had ever known. I had no feeling, no pain. Then the door opened, and a man came into the room. He was medium height, rather long in the face, with a keen chin. His hair was sandy, turning gray. He wore flannels and a dark blue blazer.
"Forgive me for keeping you waiting,"
he said, looking a little surprised, as a maid had done, to see so many of us.
"I had to run up and wash. I was playing tennis when the bell rang. Won't you sit down?"
He turned to me. I sat down in the nearest chair and waited.
"You must think this a very unorthodox invasion, Dr. Baker,"
said Colonel Julian.
"And I apologize very humbly for disturbing you like this. My name is Julian. This is Mr. De Winter, Mrs. De Winter, and Mr. Favell. You may have seen Mr. De Winter's name in the papers recently."
"Oh," said Dr. Baker.
Yes, I suppose I have. Some inquest or other, wasn't it? My wife was reading all about it. The jury brought in a verdict of suicide,"
said Favell, coming forward.
"which I say is absolutely out of the question. Mrs. De Winter was my cousin. I knew her intimately. She would never have done such a thing. And what's more, she had no motive. What we want to know is what the devil she came to see you about the very day she died."
"You had better leave this to Julian and myself," said Maxim quietly. "Dr. Baker has not the faintest idea what you're driving at." He turned to the doctor, who was standing between them with a line between his brows, and his first polite smile frozen on his lips. "My late wife's cousin is not satisfied with the verdict," said Maxim, "and we've driven up to see you today because we found your name and the telephone number of your old consulting rooms in my wife's engagement diary. She seems to have made an appointment with you and kept it at 2 o'clock on the last day she ever spent in London. Could you possibly verify this for us?" Dr. Baker was listening with great interest, but when Maxim had finished, he shook his head.
"I'm most awfully sorry,"
he said.
"but I think you've made a mistake. I should have remembered the name De Winter. I've never attended a Mrs. De Winter in my life."
Colonel Julian brought out his note case and gave him the page he had torn from the engagement diary.
"Here it is, written down,"
he said.
"Baker, 2 o'clock, and a big cross beside it, to show that the appointment was kept. And here is a telephone address, Museum 0488.
Dr. Baker stared at the piece of paper.
"That's very odd indeed. Yes, the number is quite correct, as you say. Could she have come to see you and given a false name?"
said Colonel Julian.
"Why, yes, that's possible. She may have done that. It's rather unusual, of course. I've never encouraged that sort of thing. It doesn't do us any good in the profession if people think they can treat us like that." "Would you have any record of the visit in your files?"
said Colonel Julian.
"I know it's not etiquette to ask, but the circumstances are very unusual. We do feel her appointment with you must have some bearing on the case and her subsequent suicide." "Murder,"
said Favell. Dr. Baker raised his eyebrows and looked inquiringly at Maxim.
"I'd no idea there was any question of that,"
he said quietly.
"Of course, I understand, and I'll do anything in my power to help you. If you will excuse me a few minutes, I will go and look up my files. There should be a record of every appointment booked throughout the year and a description of the case. Please, help yourself to cigarettes. It's too early to offer you sherry, I suppose."
Colonel Julian and Maxim shook their heads. I thought Favell was going to say something, but Dr. Baker had left the room before he had a chance.
"Seems a decent sort of fellow,"
said Colonel Julian.
"Why didn't he offer us whiskey and soda?"
said Favell.
"Keeps it locked up, I suppose. I didn't think much of him. I don't believe he's going to help us now."
Maxim did not say anything. I could hear the sound of the tennis balls from the court. The Scotch terrier was barking. A woman's voice shouted to him to be quiet. The summer holidays, Baker playing with his boys. We had interrupted their routine. A high-pitched gold clock in a glass case ticked very fast on the mantelpiece. There was a postcard of the Lake of Geneva leaning against it. The Bakers had friends in Switzerland. Dr. Baker came back into the room with a large book and a file case in his hands. He carried them over to the table.
"I brought the collection for last year,"
he said.
"I haven't been through them yet since we moved. I only gave up practice 6 months ago, you know."
He opened the book and began turning the pages. I watched him, fascinated. He would find it, of course. It was only a question of moments now, of seconds.
"The 7th, 8th, 10th,
he murmured.
"Nothing here. The 12th, did you say?" At 2:00? Ah.
We none of us moved. We all watched his face.
I saw a Mrs. Danvers on the 12th at 2:00,
he said.
Danny, what on earth?
Began Fauvel, but Maxim cut him short.
She gave a wrong name, of course, he said. That was obvious from the first. Do you remember the visit now, Dr. Baker?
But Dr. Baker was already searching his files. I saw his fingers delve into the pocket marked with D. He found it almost at once. He glanced down rapidly at his handwriting.
Yes,
he said slowly.
Yes, Mrs. Danvers. I remember now. Tall, slim, dark, very handsome,
said Colonel Julian quietly.
Yes,
said Dr. Baker. He read through the files and then replaced them in the case.
Of course,
he said, glancing at Maxim.
This is unprofessional, you know. We treat patients as though they were in the confessional. But your wife is dead, and I quite understand the circumstances are exceptional. You want to know if I can suggest any motive why your wife should have taken her life. I think I can. The woman who called herself Mrs. Danvers was very seriously ill.
He paused. He looked at every one of us in turn.
I remember her perfectly well,
he said, and he turned back to the files again.
She came to me for the first time a week previously to the date you mentioned. She complained of certain symptoms, and I took some x-rays of her. The second visit was to find out the result of those x-rays. The photographs are not here, but I have the details written down. I remember her standing in my consulting room and holding out her hand for the photographs.
I want to know the truth,
she had said.
I don't want soft words and a bedside manner. If I'm for it, you can tell me right away. He paused. He glanced down at the files once again. I waited. Why couldn't he get done with it and finish and let us go? Why must we sit there waiting, our eyes upon his face?
Well,
he said,
she asked for the truth, and I let her have it. Some patients are better for it. Shirking the point does them no good. This Mrs. Danvers, or Mrs. De Winter rather, was not the type to accept a lie. You must know that. She stood it very well. She did not flinch. She said she had suspected it for some time. Then she paid my fee and went out. I never saw her again.
He shut up the box with a snap and closed the book.
The pain was slight as yet, but the growth was deep-rooted,
he said,
and in 3 or 4 months' time, she would have been under morphia. An operation would have been no earthly use at all. I told her that. The thing had got too firm a hold. There is nothing anyone can do in a case like that, except give morphia and wait.
No one said a word. The little clock ticked on the mantelpiece, and the boys played tennis in the garden. An aeroplane hummed overhead.
Outwardly, of course, she was a perfectly healthy woman,
he said.
Rather too thin, I remember, rather pale. But then, that's the fashion nowadays, pity though it is. It's nothing to go on upon with a patient. No. The pain would increase week by week. And, as I told you, in 4 or 5 months' time, she would have had to be kept under morphia. The x-rays showed a certain malformation of the uterus, I remember, which meant she could never have had a child. But that was quite apart. It had nothing to do with a disease.
I remember hearing Colonel Julian speak, saying something about Dr. Baker being very kind to have taken so much trouble.
You have told us all we want to know,
he said,
and if we could possibly have a copy of the memoranda in your file, it might be very useful. Of course,
said Dr. Baker.
Of course.
Everyone was standing up. I got up from my chair too. I shook hands with Dr. Baker. We all shook hands with him. We followed him out into the hall. A woman looked out of the room on the other side of the hall and darted back when she saw us. Someone was running a bath upstairs. The water ran loudly. The Scotch Terrier came in from the garden and began sniffing at my heels.
"Shall I send the report to you or to Mr. De Winter?"
said Dr. Baker.
"You may not need it at all,"
said Colonel Julian.
"I rather think it won't be necessary. Either De Winter or I will write. Here is my card." "I'm so glad to have been of use,"
said Dr. Baker.
"It never entered my head for a moment that Mrs. De Winter and Mrs. Danvers could be the same person." "No, naturally,"
said Colonel Julian.
"You'll be returning to London, I suppose?" Yes, I imagine so." "Your best way, then, is to turn sharp left by that pillar box, and then right by the church. After that, it's a straight road." Thank you very much."
We came out onto the drive and went towards the cars. Dr. Baker pulled the Scotch Terrier inside the house. I heard the door shut. A man with one leg and a barrel organ began playing Roses in Picardy at the end of the road. Chapter 27. We went and stood by the car. No one said anything for a few minutes. Colonel Julian handed round a cigarette case. Fauvel looked gray, rather shaken. I noticed his hands were trembling as he held the match. The man with the barrel organ ceased playing for a moment and hobbled towards us, his cap in his hand. Maxim gave him 2 shillings. Then he went back to the barrel organ and started another tune. The church clock struck 6 o'clock. Fauvel began to speak. His voice was diffident, careless, but his face was still gray. He did not look at any of us. He kept glancing down at his cigarette and turning it over in his fingers.
"This cancer business,"
he said.
"Does anybody know if it's contagious?"
No one answered him. Colonel Julian shrugged his shoulders.
"I never had the remotest idea,"
said Fauvel jerkily.
"She kept it a secret from everyone. Even Danny. What a goddamned appalling thing, eh? Not the sort of thing one would ever connect with Rebecca. Do you fellows feel like a drink? I'm all out over this, and I don't mind admitting it. Cancer. Oh my God."
He leant up against the side of the car and shaded his eyes with his hands.
"Tell that bloody fellow with the barrel organ to clear out," he said. "I can't stand that goddamned row."
"Wouldn't it be simpler if we went ourselves?" said Maxim. "Can you manage your own car, or do you want Julian to drive it for you?"
"Give me a minute,"
muttered Fauvel.
"I'll be all right. You don't understand. This thing has been a damned unholy shock to me." "Pull yourself together, man, for heaven's sake,"
said Colonel Julian.
"If you want a drink, go back to the house and ask Baker. He knows how to treat for shock, I dare say. Don't make an exhibition of yourself in the street." "Oh, you're all right, you're fine,"
said Fauvel, standing straight and looking at Colonel Julian and Maxim.
"You've got nothing to worry about anymore. Max is on a good wicket now, isn't he? You've got your motive, and Baker will supply it in black and white, free of cost, whenever you send the word. You can dine at Manderley once a week on the strength of it and feel proud of yourself. No doubt, Max will ask you to be godfather to his first child." "Shall we get into the car and go?"
said Colonel Julian to Maxim.
"We can make our plans going along."
Maxim held open the door of the car, and Colonel Julian climbed in. I sat down in my seat in the front. Fauvel still leant against the car and did not move.
"I should advise you to get straight back to your flat and go to bed,"
said Colonel Julian shortly.
"And drive slowly, or you will find yourself in jail for manslaughter. I may as well warn you now, as I shall not be seeing you again, that as a magistrate I have certain powers that will prove effective if you ever turn up in Kerrith or the district. Blackmail is not much of a profession, Mr. Fauvel. and we know how to deal with it in our part of the world, strange though it may seem to you."
Fauvel was watching Maxim. He had lost the gray color now, and the old, unpleasant smile was forming on his lips.
"Yes, it's been a stroke of luck for you, Max, hasn't it?"
he said slowly.
"You think you've won, don't you? The law can get you yet, and so can I, in a different way."
Maxim switched on the engine.
"Have you anything else to say? Because if you have, you had better say it now." "No,"
said Fauvel.
"No, I won't keep you. You can go."
He stepped back onto the pavement, the smile still on his lips. The car slid forward. As we turned the corner, I looked back and saw him standing there, watching us. And he waved his hand, and he was laughing. We drove on for a while in silence. Then Colonel Julian spoke.
"He can't do anything,"
he said.
"That smile and that wave were part of his bluff. They're all alike, those fellows. He hasn't a thread of a case to bring now. Baker's evidence would squash it."
Maxim did not answer. I glanced sideways at his face, but it told me nothing.
"I always felt the solution would lie in Baker,"
said Colonel Julian.
"The furtive business of that appointment, and the way she never even told Mrs. Danvers. She had her suspicions, you see. She knew something was wrong. A dreadful thing, of course. Very dreadful. Enough to send a young and lovely woman right off her head."
We drove on along the straight main road. Telegraph poles, motor coaches, open sports cars, little semi-detached villas with new gardens. They flashed past, making patterns in my mind I should always remember.
"I suppose you never had any idea of this, De Winter,"
said Colonel Julian.
"No,"
said Maxim.
"No. Of course, some people have a morbid dread of it,"
said Colonel Julian.
"Women especially. That must have been the case with your wife. She had courage for every other thing but that. She could not face pain. Well, she was spared that at any rate."
"Yes," said Maxim.
"I don't think it would do any harm if I quietly let it be known down in Kerrith and in the county that a London doctor has supplied us with a motive,"
said Colonel Julian.
"Just in case there should be any gossip. You never can tell, you know. People are odd sometimes. If they knew about Mrs. De Winter, it might make it a lot easier for you."
"Yes," said Maxim. "Yes, I understand."
"It's curious and very irritating,"
said Colonel Julian slowly,
"how long stories spread in country districts. I never know why they should, but unfortunately they do. Not that I anticipate any trouble over this, but it's as well to be prepared. People are inclined to say the wildest things if they are given half a chance."
"Yes," said Maxim.
"You and Crawley, of course, can squash any nonsense in Manderley or the estate, and I can deal with it effectively in Kerrith. I shall say a word to my girl, too. She sees a lot of the younger people, who very often are the worst offenders in storytelling. I don't suppose the newspapers will worry you any more. That's one good thing. You'll find they will drop the whole affair in a day or two."
"Yes," said Maxim. We drove on through the northern suburbs and came once more to Finchley and Hampstead.
6:30, said Colonel Julian. "What do you propose doing? I've got a sister living in St. John's Wood, and feel inclined to take her unawares and ask for dinner, and then catch the last train from Paddington. I know she doesn't go away for another week. I'm sure she would be delighted to see you both as well."
Maxim hesitated and glanced at me. "It's very kind of you," he said, "but I think we had better be independent. I must ring up Frank, and one thing and another. I dare say we shall have a quiet meal somewhere and start off again afterwards, spending the night at a pub on the way. I rather think that's what we shall do."
"Of course,"
said Colonel Julian.
I quite understand. Could you throw me out at my sister's? It's one of those turnings off the Avenue Road.
When we came to the house, Maxim drew up a little way ahead of the gate.
It's impossible to thank you, he said, for all you've done today. You know what I feel about it without my telling you. My dear fellow,
said Colonel Julian,
I've been only too glad. If only we'd known what Baker knew, of course, there never would have been none of this at all. However, never mind about that now. You must put the whole thing behind you as a very unpleasant and unfortunate episode. I'm pretty sure you won't have any more trouble from Fauvel. If you do, I count on you to tell me at once. I shall know how to deal with him.
He climbed out of the car, collecting his coat and his map.
I should feel inclined,
he said, not looking directly at us,
to get away for a bit. Take a short holiday. Go abroad, perhaps.
We did not say anything. Colonel Julian was fumbling with his map.
Switzerland is very nice this time of year,
he said.
I remember we went once for the girls' holidays and thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. The walks are delightful.
He hesitated, cleared his throat.
It is just faintly possible. Certain little difficulties might arise,
he said.
Not from Fauvel, but from one or two people in the district. One never knows quite what Tab has been saying and repeating, and so on. Absurd, of course, but you know the old saying, out of sight, out of mind. If people aren't there to be talked about, the talk dies. It's the way of the world.
He stood for a moment, counting his belongings.
I've got everything, I think. Map, glasses, stick, coat, everything complete. Well, goodbye, both of you. Don't get overtired. It's been a long day.
He turned in at the gate and went up the steps. I saw a woman come to the window and smile and wave her hand. We drove away down the road and turned the corner. I leant back in my seat and closed my eyes. Now that we were alone again and the strain was over, the sensation was one of almost unbearable relief. It was like the bursting of an abscess. Maxim did not speak. I felt his hand cover mine. We drove on through the traffic, and I saw none of it. I heard the rumble of the buses, the hooting of taxis, that inevitable, tireless London roar, but I was not part of it. I rested in some other place that was cool and quiet and still. Nothing could touch us any more. We had come through our crisis. When Maxim stopped the car, I opened my eyes and sat up. We were opposite one of those numerous little restaurants in a narrow street in Soho. I looked about me, dazed and stupid.
You're tired,
said Maxim briefly.
Empty and tired and fit for nothing. You'll be better when you've had something to eat. So shall I. We'll go in here and order dinner right away. I can telephone to Frank, too.
We got out of the car. There was no one in the restaurant but the maître d'hôtel, and a waiter and a girl behind a desk. It was dark and cool. We went to a table right in the corner. Maxim began ordering the food.
Fauvel was right about wanting a drink, he said. I want one too, and so do you. You're going to have some brandy.
The maître d'hôtel was fat and smiling. He produced long, thin rolls and paper envelopes. They were very hard, very crisp. I began to eat one ravenously. My brandy and soda was soft, warming, curiously comforting.
When we've had dinner, we'll drive slowly, very quietly, said Maxim. It will be cool, too, in the evening. We'll find somewhere on the road we can put up for the night. Then we can get along to Manderley in the morning.
Yes, I said.
You didn't want to dine with Julian's sister and go down by the late train.
No. Maxim finished his drink. His eyes looked large, and they were ringed with the shadows. They seemed very dark against the pallor of his face.
How much of the truth, he said, do you think Julian guessed?
I watched him over the rim of my glass. I did not say anything.
He knew, said Maxim slowly. Of course he knew.
If he did, I said, he will never say anything. Never.
No, said Maxim. No.
He ordered another drink from the maitre d' hotel. We sat silent and peaceful in our dark corner.
I believe, said Maxim, that Rebecca lied to me on purpose. The last, supreme bluff. She wanted me to kill her. She foresaw the whole thing. That's why she laughed. That's why she stood there laughing when she died.
I did not say anything. I went on drinking my brandy and soda. It was all over. It was all settled. It did not matter any more. There was no need for Maxim to look white and troubled.
It was her last practical joke, said Maxim. The best of them all. And I'm not sure if she hasn't won, even now.
What do you mean? How can she have won? I asked.
I don't know, he said. I don't know.
He swallowed his second drink. Then he got up from the table.
I'm going to nag up Frank, he said.
I sat there in my corner, and presently the waiter brought me my fish. It was lobster, very hot and good. I had another brandy and soda, too. It was pleasant and comfortable sitting there, and nothing mattered very much. I smiled at the waiter. I asked for some more bread in French for no reason. It was quiet and happy and friendly in the restaurant. Maxim and I were together. Everything was over. Everything was settled. Rebecca was dead. Rebecca could not hurt us. She had played her last joke, as Maxim had said. She could do no more to us now. In 10 minutes, Maxim came back again. Well, I said, my voice sounding far away. How is Frank?
Frank was all right, said Maxim. He was at the office, been waiting there for me to telephone him ever since 4 o'clock. I told him what had happened. He sounded glad, relieved.
Yes, I said.
Something rather odd, though, said Maxim slowly, a line between his brows. He thinks Mrs. Danvers has cleared out. She's gone, disappeared. She said nothing to anyone, but apparently she'd been packing up all day, stripping her room of things, and the fellow from the station came for her boxes at about 4 o'clock. Frith telephoned down to Frank about it, and Frank told Frith to ask Mrs. Danvers to come down to him at the office. He waited, and she never came. About 10 minutes before I rang up, Frith telephoned to Frank again and said there had been a long-distance call for Mrs. Danvers, which he had switched through to her room, and she had answered. This must have been about 6:10. At 6:45, he knocked on the door and found her room empty, her bedroom too. They looked for her and could not find her. They think she's gone. She must have gone straight out of the house and through the woods. She never passed the lodge gates.
Isn't it a good thing? I said. It saves us a lot of trouble. We should have had to send her away anyway. I believe she guessed, too. There was an expression on her face last night. I kept thinking of it coming up in the car.
I don't like it, said Maxim. I don't like it.
She can't do anything, I argued. If she's gone, so much the better. It was Favel who telephoned, of course. He must have told her about Baker. He would tell her what Colonel Julian said. Colonel Julian said if there was any attempt at blackmail, we were to tell him. They won't dare do it. They can't. It's too dangerous.
I'm not thinking of blackmail, said Maxim.
What else can they do? I said. We've got to do what Colonel Julian said. We've got to forget it. We must not think about it any more. It's all over, darling. It's finished. We ought to go down on our knees and thank God that it's finished. Maxim did not answer. He was staring in front of him at nothing. Your lobster will be cold, I said. Eat it, darling. It will do you good. You want something inside you. You're tired." I was using the words he had used to me. I felt better and stronger. It was I now who was taking care of him. He was tired, pale. I had got over my weakness and fatigue, and now he was the one to suffer from reaction. It was just because he was empty, because he was tired. There was nothing to worry about at all. Mrs. Danvers had gone. We should praise God for that too. Everything had been made so easy for us, so very easy. "Eat up your fish," I said. It was going to be very different in the future. I was not going to be nervous and shy with the servants any more. With Mrs. Danvers gone, I should learn bit by bit to control the house. I would go and interview the cook in the kitchen. They would like me, respect me. Soon it would be as though Mrs. Danvers had never had command. I would learn more about the estate, too. I should ask Frank to explain things to me. I was sure Frank liked me. I liked him, too. I would go into things and learn how they were managed, what they did at the farm, how the work in the grounds was planned. I might take to gardening myself, and in time have one or two things altered. That little square lawn outside the morning room, with a statue of the satyr. I did not like it. We would give the satyr away. People would come and stay, and I should not mind. There would be the interest of seeing to their rooms, having flowers and books put, arranging the food. We would have children. Surely, we would have children.
"Have you finished?"
said Maxim suddenly.
"I don't think I want any more. Only coffee. Black, very strong, please, and the bill,"
he added to the maître d'hôtel. I wondered why we must go so soon. It was comfortable in the restaurant, and there was nothing to take us away. I liked sitting there, with my head against the sofa back, planning the future idly, in a hazy, pleasant way. I could have gone on sitting there for a long while. I followed Maxim out of the restaurant, stumbling a little and yawning.
"Listen," he said, when we were on the pavement. "Do you think you could sleep in the car if I wrapped you up with a rug and tucked you down in the back? There's a cushion there, and my coat as well."
"I thought we were going to put up somewhere for the night," I said blankly. "One of those hotels one passes on the road."
"I know," he said, "but I have this feeling I must get down tonight. Can't you possibly sleep in the back of the car?"
"Yes," I said doubtfully. "Yes, I suppose so."
"If we start now, it's 7:45. We ought to be there by 2:30, he said. "There won't be much traffic on the road."
"You'll be so tired," I said, "so terribly tired."
"No," he shook his head. "I shall be all right. I want to get home. Something's wrong, I know it is. I want to get home."
His face was anxious, strange. He pulled open the door and began arranging the rugs and the cushion at the back of the car. "What can be wrong?" I said. "It seems so odd to worry now, when everything's over. I can't understand you." He did not answer. I climbed into the back of the car and lay down with my legs tucked under me. He covered me with the rug. It was very comfortable, much better than I imagined. I settled the pillow under my head.
"Are you all right?" he said. "Are you sure you don't mind?"
"No," I said, smiling. "I'm all right. I shall sleep. I don't want to stay anywhere on the road. It's much better to do this and get home. We'll be at Manderley long before sunrise." He got in front and switched on the engine. I shut my eyes. The car drew away, and I felt the slight jolting of the springs under my body. I pressed my face against the cushion. The motion of the car was rhythmic, steady, and the pulse of my mind beat with it. 100 images came to me when I closed my eyes. Things seen, things known, and things forgotten. They were jumbled together in a senseless pattern. The quill of Mrs. Van Hopper's hat, the hard, straight-backed chairs in Frank's dining room, the wide window in the west wing at Manderley, the salmon-colored frock of the smiling lady at the fancy dress ball, a peasant girl in a road near Monte Carlo. Sometimes I saw Jasper chasing butterflies across the lawns. Sometimes I saw Dr. Baker's Scotch Terrier scratching his ears beside a deck chair. There was a postman who had pointed out the house to us today. And there was Clarice's mother wiping a chair for me in the back parlor. Ben smiled at me, holding winkles in his hands, and the bishop's wife asked me if I would stay to tea. I could feel the cold comfort of my sheets and my own bed, and the gritty shingle in the cove. I could smell the bracken in the woods, the wet moss, and the dead azalea petals. I fell into a strange broken sleep, waking now and again to the reality of my narrow, cramped position and the sight of Maxim's back in front of me. The dusk had turned to darkness. There were the lights of passing cars upon the road. There were villages with drawn curtains and little lights behind them, and I would move and turn upon my back and sleep again. I saw the staircase at Manderley, and Mrs. Danvers standing at the top in her black dress, waiting for me to go to her. As I climbed the stairs, she backed under the archway and disappeared. I looked for her, and I could not find her. Then, her face looked at me through a hollow door, and I cried out, and she had gone again. "What's the time?" I called. "What's the time?" Maxim turned round to me, his face pale and ghostly in the darkness of the car. "It's 11:30, he said. "We're over halfway already. Try and sleep again." "I'm thirsty," I said. We stopped at the next town. The man at the garage and his wife had not gone to bed, and she would make us some tea. We got out of the car and stood inside the garage. I stamped up and down to bring the blood back to my hands and feet. Maxim smoked a cigarette. It was cold. A bitter wind blew in through the open garage door and rattled the corrugated roof. I shivered and buttoned up my coat. "Yes, it's nippy tonight," said the man as he wound the petrol pump. "The weather seems to break this afternoon. It's the last of the heat waves for this summer. We shall be thinking of fires soon." "It was hot in London," I said. "Well, they always have the extremes up there, don't they?" he said. "We get the first of the bad weather down here. It will blow hard on the coast before morning." His wife brought us the tea. It tasted of bitter wood, but it was hot. I drank it greedily, thankfully. Already Maxim was glancing at his watch. "We ought to be going," he said. "It's 10 minutes to 12. I left the shelter of the garage reluctantly. The cold wind blew in my face. The stars raced across the sky. There were threads of clouds, too. We climbed back into the car. I settled myself once more under the rug. The car went on. I shut my eyes. There was a man with a wooden leg winding his barrel organ, and the tune hummed in my head against the jolting of the car. Frith and Robert carried the tea into the library. The woman at the lodge nodded to me abruptly and called her child into the house. I saw the model boats in the cottage in the cove and the feathery dust. I saw the cobwebs stretching from the little masts. I heard the rain upon the roof and the sound of the sea. I wanted to get to the happy valley, and it was not there. There were woods about me. There was no happy valley. Only the dark trees and the young bracken. The owls hooted. The moon was shining in the windows of Manderley. There were nettles in the garden, 10 foot, 20 foot high. "Maxim!" I cried. "Maxim!" "Yes," he said. "It's all right, I'm here." "I had a dream," I said, "a dream." "What was it?" he said. "I don't know." Back again into the moving, unquiet depths. I was writing letters in the morning room. I was sending out invitations. I wrote them all myself with a thick black pen. But when I looked down to see what I had written, it was not my small square handwriting at all. It was long and slanting, with curious pointed strokes. I pushed the cards away from the blotter and hid them. I got up and went to the looking-glass. A face stared back at me that was not my own. It was very pale, very lovely, framed in a cloud of dark hair. The eyes narrowed and smiled. The lips parted. The face in the glass stared back at me and laughed. And I saw then that she was sitting on a chair before the dressing table in her bedroom, and Maxim was brushing her hair. He held her hair in his hands, and as he brushed it, he wound it slowly into a thick rope. It twisted like a snake, and he took hold of it with both hands and smiled at Rebecca and put it round his neck. "No!" I screamed. "No, no! We must go to Switzerland. Colonel Julian said we must go to Switzerland." I felt Maxim's hand upon my face. "What is it?" he said. "What's the matter?" I sat up and pushed my hair away from my face. "I can't sleep," I said. "It's no use." "You've been sleeping," he said. "You've slept for 2 hours. It's 2:15. We're 4 miles the other side of Lannion." It was even colder than before. I shuddered in the darkness of the car. "I'll come beside you," I said. "We shall be back by 3. I climbed over and sat beside him, staring in front of me through the windscreen. I put my hand on his knee. My teeth were chattering. "You're cold," he said. "Yes." The hills rose in front of us and dipped and rose again. It was quite dark. The stars had gone. "What time did you say it was?" I asked. 2:20, he said. "It's funny," I said. "It looks almost as though the dawn was breaking over there, beyond those hills. It can't be, though. It's too early." "It's the wrong direction," he said. "You're looking west." "I know," I said. "It's funny, isn't it?" He did not answer, and I went on watching the sky. It seemed to get lighter even as I stared, like the first red streak of sunrise. Little by little it spread across the sky. "It's in winter you see the northern lights, isn't it?" I said. "Not in summer?" "That's not the northern lights," he said. "That's Manderley." I glanced at him and saw his face. I saw his eyes. "Maxim," I said. "Maxim, what is it?" He drove faster, much faster. We topped the hill before us and saw Lannion lying in a hollow at our feet. There to the left of us was the silver streak of the river, widening to the estuary at Kerith, 6 miles away. The road to Manderley lay ahead. There was no moon. The sky above our heads was inky black. But the sky on the horizon was not dark at all. It was shot with crimson, like a splash of blood. And the ashes blew towards us with the salt wind from the sea. The end.